I have acquired Khazar the Amazing, issue 237 to be exact, and it scares the crap out of me. I'm a collector of rare comics. Well, not really a collector, I guess. I never keep them for very long, you see. I prefer to sell the comics for big bucks. I buy them from Goodwill and garage sales and estate sales, anywhere I can pick them up cheap, really. I'm in it for the profit, pure and simple. But today, I may have found something that I wasn't quite prepared for. Briarcliff Estates was having an estate sale, and I knew that there would be some interesting pieces there. Mr. Briar had died at the ripe old age of 103 and was said to be a notorious pack rat. His wife and son had died years ago, both under mysterious circumstances, and Briarcliff had gained an air of mystery ever since. It was said that his house was full of things, everything from antiques and collectibles to, well, downright garbage, and I wanted to have a look. The sale was even grander than I had expected. There were halls cluttered with antique furniture, shelves full of old books, antique kitchen appliances, Persian rugs, strange art, odd articles from around the world. All the trash had been cleared away, and all the items for sale had been tagged and were on display. A large crowd had gathered, and I was more than a little interested in some of the books for my shop. The auction seemed like a total waste of time, though, right up until the last lot. The antique furniture went first, then the old cars from the garage, then the rugs and the appliances, and the strange antiquities. Some of them were pretty grisly. Apparently, Mr. Briar had been a world traveler in his youth. He had collected things from Africa, Russia, Germany, China, all of them with an eye towards the occult. I actually found myself bidding on a wand made of pure ivory, something my Harry Potter fans would have doubtlessly paid a lot of money for. But a stuffy old man in the front row shelled out about $100,000 for it, and I sat down and shut up after that. He had long white hair and an imposing beard that hung down past the waist of his immaculate gray suit. He was a jarring comparison to the toad-faced man with the all-black oiled hair on his head that sat on the far side of the hall. They seemed to know each other, know and hate each other. They had several hard looks for each other as they held their complicated bidding war, and their battles bled over into the books as well. They snapped up most of the books, old moldering things with hard-to-pronounce names, and my bids were mostly shouted over as the two dueled for the remaining tomes. Most everyone else had gone, seeing that these two meant to have the lot. So, when the last lot came up, and turned out to be a box of comics, I immediately threw out a bid of $25. I hadn't expected to see any comics here, my focus being on the antique books, but this seemed to be the only thing that these two weirdos didn't want. The bid went once, went twice, and then sold as the two glared at each other from across the room. I took my box of dusty old comics and scuttled off before either of them could realize that I had been there. I didn't realize what I had until I got home. I took them to my office and set to work. First a shower, then a change of clothes. Old comics can be finicky, and I like to be comfy when I appraise them. Then the gloves came on, a nice set of reusable rubber ones, and I put on a hairnet too. Can't be too careful with old comics. After I was set, I opened the box and had a look. I was not immediately impressed. Mr. Briar, it appeared, had a thing for old Hanna-Barbera comics. There were some Yogi Bears, about 10 Huckleberry Hounds, some Tom and Jerry's, and a few wacky racer comics that I'd never even heard of. I set those aside. Hanna-Barbera comics never retail very high, unless you have some of the rarer pieces, that is. They were all in bags, though, and looked to be in pretty good shape, so I could at least get asking price for them. Next came some old Johnny Quest comics, and they also went to the side. Then I pulled out some old detective comics that looked to be from the early 40s run. They were bagged and looked to be in great shape. I sat those on the desk by the computer. Looked like my purchase wouldn't be entirely in vain. There were some other things in there, some well-loved action comics, a few Batman issues from the late 60s, and a single issue of a comic series that I had never heard of. Sitting at the bottom of the box in a plastic sleeve that looked to be caked with dust and, I don't know, maybe soda, I guess, was a copy of Khazar the Amazing, issue 237. I had never heard of Khazar the Amazing, and he appeared to be some sort of magician detective or something. I was also unfamiliar with Keystone Comics, and decided to go do some research. As I brought it over to the computer, though, I felt a strong urge to drop it and just walk away. The comic felt weird, even through the gloves, and the bag was tacky in a way that soda usually wasn't. I don't know how to describe it. It was like the comic didn't want to be held. I shrugged it off at the time, but I can feel it now as it sits on the nightstand beside my computer. It doesn't want me to touch it. I looked up Khazar and found that it was part of a debut series from Keystone Comics. Khazar was in fact the only comic series they had put out, and it had a very limited run. Less than 500 issues of each comic were ever made, and they were extremely rare and not often seen at auction. Issue 237 was actually the last issue ever printed before Keystone Comics burned to the ground in 1975. The fire was supposedly investigated and ruled as an accident, despite 4 people having perished in the blaze. Chuck Landstar, the owner, and the writer of Khazar, his assistant, Mike Dre, and the illustrators who worked on the comic, Jug and Dale Trebolo, had all been killed in the fire. The series had never seen the light of day again. Apparently this issue had less than the usual amount on the run. Even in its ratty condition, it was worth over $1,000. Cha-ching. $25 for $1,000 seemed like a great deal to me, and who knew what kind of bidding war I could get on this thing. I gingerly removed it from the bag and threw it away, as no customer would want it in that state. The comic itself was ragged, the spine bent, some of the page corners damaged or missing. The pages themselves looked pretty good. Old, but good, until I got to a spot near the back. Towards the end, Khazar appears to be casting some sort of spell to summon an ancient deity. He stood in the middle of the circle, laid with etchings and stone runes, and I could see quite a few bodies laying around as well. Some of them seemed intricate and embellished enough to make me think they might be the main characters he'd sacrificed. But I knew nothing of the series, so I could only speculate. There was a dark-haired woman in a slinky dress that barely contained her assets, a blonde guy with a loincloth and a skull helmet, a young boy in a red cloak, and another, less buxom redhead that seemed to have died holding hands with the kid. They were all laid out in a circle, and their deaths seemed to have been unkind. Khazar was kneeling, resplendent in his yellow and green robes, as he made his request before the towering form on the horned helm. Its eyes were coals beneath the visor, and its green armor was stained with ancient blood. It sat atop a bone-white horse, steam curling from its nostrils, as it brandished a sword at Khazar that looked big enough to cut him in half. Khazar was making his request, but the words had been smudged. The figure on the horse didn't sit right with me. Even through the page, I could feel his regard. It was like he was looking at me, judging me, weighing my worth. I closed the comic. No sense getting spooked by some old comic, I told myself with a laugh. I took some pictures next, showing the damage, and put it into a new protective bag. I uploaded the pictures to Comic Squire, the service I used to sell comics, and sat back to wait. I pulled some of the other comics I had piled up towards me and started looking them over so I could post them as well. One of the detective comics was worth about $40. That was cool. Another was worth about $30. Excellent. And I heard a ding from my computer and looked up to see that Khazar had an opening bid of $500. I typed a message to the buyer, someone named Nilrim, informing him that I was firm on $800, and went back to the other comics. 2 of the detectives were so much hamster cage liner, but I saved them aside so I could put them with the bulk lot. 2 more were worth about $30, and I had just started looking up the 7th when my computer dinged again. I looked up to see that the same buyer was offering $800, the price I listed it for, and I nodded and turned back to my work. The bid would sit on the site for an hour, allowing others to bid if they wanted, but I figured this guy would get it, and I would be $800 the richer. I'd barely gotten the 7th comic out of the bag when my computer dinged again. A new bid had come in for $1,000. I checked the buyer, and this time it was a new guy named Morgul. He was offering an extra $50 for overnight shipping. That made me raise an eyebrow, but I suppose he wanted to make sure it arrived undamaged. After all, this was a rare comic, and I sent him a message accepting his offer should he win. I had barely sent the message when Nilrim got back to me with $1,200. This went on for a few hours, and as the bids went up, the bidders began to message me. That was when things got bizarre. From Morgul. Dearest seller, The user Nilrim is trying to purchase your wares under false pretense. He is my rival, and merely wants to own the comic so that I cannot. I implore you to award the sale to me, and ship with all haste. His wording was strange, but it was nothing compared to what his rival was about to send me. From Nilrim. I must ask that you not sell this piece to Morgul. He wants it not for scholarly endowments, but for his power, and it will bring him much. I must have this item so that it can be sealed away from those who might use it for ill. Thank you. I furrowed my brow at this one. Sealed away from those that might use it for ill. It was a damn comic book. I had barely finished reading the message when I saw that Morgul had sent me another message. From Morgul. I see that you have not offered me my preference in this matter. Has Nilrim offered you something more in return for this item? I assure you I will match whatever offer he makes, no matter the cost. That took me by surprise. These guys were clearly serious collectors, or weirdos, and they could likely pay big money for it. I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do was stay quiet and let these two drive the price up on their own. Simple economics. They wanted it, I had it. Suddenly this ratty comic was looking like a cash cow to me. Even then, I hadn't realized the real value of the piece. I heard the computer ding as a new message from Nilrim came up. Please, I implore you not to be swayed by Morgul's boasting. If he gets the tome, it will be devastating for our world. I implore you to sell it to me. Money is no object. Name your price, and I will pay it. I sucked in air through my teeth, my small pile of potential profits forgotten. This fellow had basically written me a blank check. How much would be too much? He had said that money was no object, but there was always a limit. I looked back at the sale and realized that Nilrim had just placed a bid for $50,000. Morgul quickly countered with 60, and the two went right on sparring as I watched. I pulled up Nilrim's message again, and that was when I realized that his profile had a picture attached. I clicked on it and realized that this was the same guy from the auction today. This picture was of a grandfatherly-looking man, long white hair and beard that was downright Gandalf-esque. He was in profile in the picture, just his head and shoulders, but I was willing to bet it was the same guy. This Morgul character was likely the other man, the one who had looked like a toad and been afflicted with all that greasy black hair. They were just continuing their antics from the auction, and I was surprised they had any money left after all the crap they had bought earlier. Another message from Nilrim came in, and this one had a link at the bottom to a new site. This must end. Morgul must not be allowed to own this spell. See what it has wrought last time it was unleashed upon the world. The link brought up an article about Briarcliff Estate. 4 bodies had been found on the grounds nearly 20 years ago. They had been arrayed in the garden, the photos looking very similar to the one in Khazar, minus the bodies, of course. Those had been replaced with tape outlines, but their placement was undeniable. Briar's wife, teenage daughter, nephew, and the brother that had been killed in what seemed like a cult activity. Briar had immediately been the first one to be suspected, but some combination of money and alibis given out of fear had cleared him. Still, his reputation in the community had been well earned. Had Briar made a deal with that horned demon? Had Briar possibly discovered something that had led him to fill his hallways with junk in an attempt to insulate himself from whatever might come for him? I saw I had a message from Morgul, a message with his final offer. The link in his message was of a Google Maps location. It was my address. His last message was much less formal and much less pleasant than the others had been. I'm coming for what's mine. See you soon. I've been sitting in my office writing all this down for the past hour. I've locked the doors and called the police, but they don't seem to be taking this very seriously. The numbers on the bid haven't gone up in an hour, and even though Nilrim had won, I'm afraid he's never going to get what he paid for. I can see someone moving in the yard outside the window, but when I try to call the police, it just rings and rings. I don't know what to do. I can almost feel this comic watching me, even as whatever's outside keeps moving around out there. The sun will be going down soon. I wonder if they'll find my body here or by some circle in a garden somewhere. Intercepted in the mailroom of Stragview Prison, March 16th, 2009. Hey Mary, it's me, Peter. I really hope this gets to you. They say the mailroom checks all the outgoing mail, but I hope this letter slips through somehow. I've really messed up this time, Mary. Worse than all the other times. I'm sitting in a 10 by 12 concrete box, surrounded by other noisy inmates in similar cells, and I've never felt safer in my life. After what happened yesterday, it's a wonder I can feel anything at all. I had to wait a whole day to write this letter to you because my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I'm freaking out, knowing these things are just outside the fences, knowing they could come in at any time and get me. I'm rambling. You probably feel pretty lost. Let me start at the beginning. It's been a long 3 years behind the fence. I've been doing okay, trying to make my time matter, but it's hard not to think about what you're missing on the outside. I've been palling around with some of the other guys who were in here for a hell of a lot worse than a B&E, guys that had figured out a way to escape. One of them, Marcus Reese, is actually a pretty big-time writer. He says he's written enough novels about crime, punishment, and life in prison that escaping one should be easy. Clyde, he's our muscle, figured out that we could make it over the fence if we had enough clothes from the laundry room. Booker, who works in the laundry, supplied us with the clothes so that we could make our escape. We had paid off the white nationalists to start trouble in the rec yard. It always takes a long time to set these things up in the movies, but you'd be surprised how quickly you can get it all together. Booker got our laundry bags stuffed with extra clothes. Clyde and I traded the white nationals a lot of our personal items for their help. Reese found some books in the library to help us make our escape over the fence and get into the woods. Stragview's an old prison with a checkered past, and it wasn't hard to find some books on it and information online in the resource center. Within 2 weeks, the escape went from something we had been joking about to a full-fledged plan that we were ready to enact. It was cold and foggy when we made our break. Given the weather, no one thought it was weird when we wore our coats and boots on the rec yard. We stuffed our blankets under the coats, those coarse wool things they give us to sleep under, and packed whatever food we had left in our pockets. Stragview is surrounded by woods, and we knew that we'd be in for a long run if we were going to make it to the perimeter. We each had enough supplies to make it through the night, and we were confident that we could make it out when we entered the yard. Reese had been talking to the guys in the maintenance crew. They had told him about a section of fence where the power wasn't working after a lightning strike last month. It was at a junction near the rec fence, and we knew that that would be our climbing point. The ruckus started after 3 p.m. Some of the WN guys started pretending to fight, and pretty soon everyone was getting in on the action. When the guards went to break it up, we made our move for the fence. We threw the blankets over the razor wire and were over the first section of fence and halfway over the second before anyone noticed. By the time they were organizing to do something about it, we were on the other side and making for the woods. We'd expected our escape to take time, but the whole process took about 7 minutes. The woods were about 30 feet of open grassland from the fence. We booked it, hearing the guards shouting behind us. When a shotgun went off, we all heard Booker fall down screaming. I looked back, seeing him curled up in the grass, and put on an extra burst of speed as our pursuers gained on us. They stopped to secure Booker, though, and that was how we made it to the woods and found safety. We all ran in, not stopping at the trees that encircled us, but none of us could have expected what happened next. No one came after us. We heard the dogs, and we could see the guards backing away from the woods, but no one seemed to want to come in beyond the trees and get us. "Hey, these pussies don't want to come in after us. Guess they're afraid of getting lost in the woods," Clyde said. That should have tipped us off right away. We started to move into the woods, the sun setting behind as we went. The forest seemed to be mostly pines, their needles crunching underfoot as we made our way deeper into the gloom. I didn't register at first, but the deeper we went, the more I noticed the silence. Clyde was oblivious. The closest he'd ever come to a forest was a park somewhere in the inner city, but I could tell that Marcus was troubled by the silence as well. Forests aren't loud, but they usually have some noise. There's always the sound of birds or squirrels or the drone of insects or anything that reminds you that you're in an active ecosystem. We'd been walking for about 3 hours when I realized something else. We hadn't passed a stream or a river or any kind of water source. I had 2 bottles of water in my coat pocket, and I knew that Marcus did too. Clyde had drunk one of them not long after getting started, and if there was no water out here, we could be in for some real trouble. The sun was setting really low now, and I wondered why we hadn't hit the road yet. 3 hours was a lot of walking. We should have hit something by now. A road, a trail, an old trailer, something. And why hadn't we seen any helicopters yet? We had heard no pursuing dogs and heard no air searches being conducted for 3 missing inmates. What the hell were they doing back there? As the sun started to creep towards the horizon, that's when I first heard the noises. We'd been crunching along on the pine needles all day, so maybe they had been following us all along. I didn't think they had. I think it had only started once the sun got low. As we moved, I began to hear something heavy coming down on the pine needles. It sounded like a bear or maybe a big cat, but whenever I'd turn around to look, I didn't see anything. The others certainly didn't notice. They had started to argue. "We need to stop for the night," Clyde was saying. He had started to slow down a lot in the last hour and was clearly getting tired. You don't really do as much walking in prison as you'd think, and none of us were really prepared for a 3-hour hike through the woods. Marcus wouldn't hear of it, though. "I need to get out of these woods. I will walk until I fall down if that's what it takes, but I'm not stopping until I get out." Clyde scoffed. "You keep going like that and you're going to end up dead. We need to stop for the night." "Do whatever you want. I'm not stopping," Marcus said. Clyde started gathering sticks for a fire, clearing a place for us to sit, while Marcus just kept walking. I kind of wanted to go with him. I kind of felt like going with him might be the best idea, but I was tired and I really just wanted to stop for the night. I watched Marcus disappear into the dwindling light and felt sure that I'd never see him again. Clyde threw a pine cone at me then and told me to help out. The next time I looked up, Marcus was gone. By 7:30, it was dark. By 9 o'clock, you couldn't have seen your hand in front of your face. Clyde and I had managed to get a small fire going, and we ate our chips and granola bars sullenly. We shivered in our canvas coats, the garments not providing a lot of warmth, and our blue prison uniforms offering a lot less. The fire was a weak thing, but if they decided to send out choppers, it would be harder for them to see our light if it was low. Clyde had said as much too, but I think it was mostly to make up for the weak little fire. The pine needles didn't burn very well, and most of the wood was rotten and full of bugs. We had discovered this when we'd tried to pull a log over to sit on. It had fallen apart in our hands, wet wood spilling insects all down our arms. Clyde had shaken his arms and slapped at his sleeves, and then moved away from the squirming remains as they writhed on a bed of pine needles. "How was it so wet?" Clyde asked. "I don't remember it raining recently." As we sat in the deepening darkness, I could feel the wet sinking into my pants, too. Had it been this wet earlier? I put a hand to the ground and felt something sticky come in contact with my palms. I pulled it up to my eyes, squinting hard at the thick, dark mulch that clung to it. I shook my hand vigorously a moment later. Whatever was there, it had seemed to move. I came off the ground, swiping at the bottom of my pants and looking around in the scant firelight. I could just imagine a swarm of insects or snakes moving around me, but the needle-strewn ground looked just as solid as it ever had. Clyde sprang awake, looking around before settling his eyes back on me. "What's going on?" he said a little huffily. "Nothing, I guess. I thought I felt something on me," I said lamely. He settled back, but he kept peeking at me like he didn't exactly trust me. I curled up on the ground and tried to ignore the moisture that sank into my clothes. I was sure I could feel something moving under me, but I tried to get some sleep. Tomorrow we would find our way out of these woods and be free again. I had no illusions of a lengthy freedom, but I wanted to see all of you so badly that I didn't care how long it lasted. As I tried to sleep, though, I heard the crunching again. We had been making too much noise for me to be sure, but I didn't think I had heard it since Clyde and I had stopped for the night. Earlier it had sounded big, but now it sounded huge. Whatever was attached to that foot sounded like it was big enough to gobble us up in one bite. It crunched again, stalking in with low deliberacy as it got closer and closer to our little campfire. I lay as still as I could, hoping I wouldn't be noticed, as the thing dropped its heavy foot onto the blanket of pine needles. When it passed me, I had to stifle a sigh of relief. I glanced up, peeking through my lids to see the hulking thing that stood framed in the meager campfire. It was black, the guttering fire showing me a long, sleek body that looked more insect-like than feline. Its feet ended in killer claws that sank into the needles as it strode towards the fire. Its head was turned away from me, but I could hear it sniffing, filling its nostrils with a constant scent, and thought for one wild moment that it might be blind. It lowered its head to the campfire and sniffed at it, breath agitating it as it smelled the alien aroma. When Clyde began to scream, I had to stifle my own scream as the sound cut through the eerie silence. The creature whipped its head towards him. Clyde had been closer to the fire than I was, and he must have awoken to find the huge creature skulking near him. I heard him backpedal through the pine needles, tearing up the earth as he frantically tried to get away. That was when the big beast loosed the most unearthly sound I had ever heard. It was high and yowly, like a small animal caught in something. It stomped out the meager fire as it lunged for him, burying him under its bulk. His scream was muffled as the beast ripped into him, and at that moment, I knew that I was next if I didn't do something pretty damn quick. I lunged up, needles flying as I threw them up behind me, and ran into the dark woods. I was all but blind, the mood providing very little in the way of light. I bumped into trees and felt their surfaces try to catch hold of me. The ground itself seemed to try to drag my boots into it, and I felt the panic racing through me as I ran like my life depended on it. I didn't know where I was going or what I would find when I got there, but I knew it had to be better than this. After a few minutes, I heard something big behind me, churning up the ground as it gave chase. Trees seemed to whip out at me in that soupy darkness, and I juked around them without giving it any real thought. I remember when I was 7, we had watched Snow White on an old VHS player. I remember how that nightmare forest had terrified you almost as much as it had Snow White, and realized that that's where I was now. I was running through a nightmare, and my only hope was to wake up. I don't know how long I ran. At some point I could hear the massive beast chasing me through the woods. At another, it sounded like a whole pack of them were coming after me. I heard the trees break and the limbs snap as they flung themselves after me with wild abandon. Suddenly I felt something sharp rip across my back, but my fear was so palpable that I barely felt it. If I survived, there would be time to assess my wounds. Now, there was only running. I ran for what felt like hours. My legs burned and my chest heaved, but I could still hear the pack behind me. They were close. I wasn't sure how I had outrun them for so long when my foot hit a hole and sent me sprawling. I rolled through the raking fingers of trees, and when I came to rest, I was sure I was dead. The pack would be on me, and I'd be torn to shreds. I hadn't seen what had happened to Clyde, and that had been a mercy. The unknown was much less scary than what I anticipated. When the blow didn't come, I looked back through my fingers to see that I was on the edge of the woods. I had come to rest in an open area, the night sky strewn out before me. I was aware of sounds of insects and night birds as they went about their evening, and it sounded marvelous after hours in the silent woods. I looked back at the woods, and I could see a small pack of eyeless faces, their heads smooth and bullet-shaped, their gnashing teeth looking too big for their sleek mouths. They slunk back into the woods, not daring to come out of their sanctuary, it seemed. My breathing was still heavy, but I flopped back onto the grass and laughed despite my terror. I had survived. I was free of the hellscape forest. When the spotlights from Stragview found me, I was almost relieved. I was cuffed and dragged inside the gate. I didn't resist. Why would I? I had seen what lay beyond the fences, and I was in no hurry to get back to it. They took me to medical, cleaned and bandaged my wounds, and took me right to confinement as they dropped an escape charge on me. As I was brought in, the other inmates tried to talk to me, tried to get my attention, but I was as silent as the grave. I lay on my mat and tried to sleep, knowing that my pursuers' eyeless faces would never leave me. I wasn't there long, though, before something worse came to find me. About an hour into my confinement stay, 2 officers came to escort me to the disciplinary room where they held DR court. "Warden wants to see you," they said. I accepted my cuffs and went meekly enough. Even at 1 o'clock in the morning, the warden looked resplendent in his pinstripe suit and little gold glasses. His salt and pepper hair was in the same crew cut he always wore it in, and the edges looked like he had cut them with a ruler. As he leaned over the desk, I could tell that he was more amused than angry. We see the warden from time to time, usually only during important inspections. To most inmates, he's almost a mythical figure. Like a shark, he only comes around when there's blood in the water. "Did you enjoy your little hike?" he asked. The lights from the fluorescents glittered off the lenses of his glasses, and for a moment his eyes looked as smooth as that creature's face. "I could give you an extra 5 years for escaping, you know. You've only got 2 more years, and I can tell that you're desperate to get back to your family. Why else would you run, after all?" I sat, saying nothing. He fixed me with a hard look. We have one of them in here, you know. My eyes snapped to his. Over in Quad 2. A little accident a few years ago. He's still in there, though, and he's ravenous. I could see one of the officers shudder, an older guy who looked like retirement should have come a few years ago. The doors are sealed, but I'm sure we could arrange a meeting if you'd really like to see him. I shivered, not even wanting to know that one of those things was in the fence. What do you want? I asked, ready for this to be over and me to be back behind the door. We already have inmate Booker back in custody. Now we have you as well. Inmate Reese and inmate Dorn are still at large, however. I want to know where they are. For that, I won't charge you with escape. Refuse, and I'll deny we ever found you. The implications were clear. There would be no evidence of me to find. He would make sure of that. Clyde's dead. Inmate Dorn, I mean. Your creatures killed him out in the woods. I don't know what happened to Reese. He left before nightfall and just kept walking. I'd assume that he's probably dead, too. That seemed to appease the warden, and he nodded at the guards. Take him back to his cell. He's under investigation for the next 30 days, or until medical says his back is healed. If he gives you any fuss, you know where to put him, he said, fixing me with a hard stare. I'm writing this letter to you in the hopes that maybe you'll read it. It's not right what they've got in here. It's not okay to let these things loose on the world. People should know about what lurks in the woods around Stragview. As I sit here in my cell, I can almost feel their eyeless faces looking at me. I doubt I'll ever forget them. When the box arrived, Emily was thrilled. She'd been waiting for this particular package since March, and at long last it was here. Emily had been trying to get into one of these cold case box services for a while. Hunt-A-Killer, Cold Case, Sleuth Kings, she'd requested them all. But all Emily got back were apology letters and promises that they would contact her when they had room. The folks at Catch-A-Killer had placed her on their tentative waiting list, which sometimes took months, and she hadn't expected to be added to the list for quite some time. It was hard to get added. They only approved a few hundred people a year, and they were also one of the more popular groups. The service was their typical monthly subscription box, where they sent a cold case that the small group you found yourself to be a part of tried to solve. They would send clues a few at a time, a slow drip of evidence that would lead the group to the end conclusion, and they would follow the trail to a predictable end. As she brought the box inside, Emily felt giddy with anticipation. However, some of it was tempered when she stopped to look at the box. The label said "To Catch a Killer," but the address label was torn off, and the box looked a little bit funny. If this was their way of creating ambience, then Emily felt they'd done a great job. The box was battered and dirty, the clear tape around it looking thick and yellow, and the letters were pieced together out of newspaper clippings. It was a nice touch, if not a little cliché. The letter inside was no exception. The whole thing was made of magazine and newspaper letters, meticulously assembled by hand. At least, it appeared as such. Emily couldn't imagine how much time this had taken, whoever had put it together, especially if they had to build more than a few of them. Emily had to applaud their commitment, but it wasn't something that seemed feasible long term. She would be surprised if this level of detail persisted, and took the note out of the box so she could read it. This is the case of the West End Tooth Fairy. He has a kill count of around 26 and was most prominent between 2019 and 2022. His first victim was Miss Mary Klein, a retired teacher who lived alone. It took the police almost 4 years to place her as his victim, only then because his pattern began to surface. She was stabbed 15 times, most of them in the chest, and a smile was carved across her mouth from ear to ear. No forensic evidence was discovered at the scene, no sign of forced entry, and she was left in her favorite chair in the living room. No one was charged with her death, and only one item was ever reported missing from the victim: the bottom and top plate of her dentures. Emily read it over a few times, but couldn't figure out what she was supposed to be looking for. This was less of a case file and more of a story. Emily had read a few articles about how the information was disseminated and then picked over by the community, but this read more like a creepypasta. She wondered if this might be one of those things where a group member got a different piece of the puzzle, but that was another point of confusion as she looked through the box. As she looked, Emily saw a plastic baggie with a pair of pliers inside. She took them out hesitantly, the red around the teeth of the pliers looking pretty convincing. Emily gave the box a once-over, finding them a pretty good prop for the price of the box service. Once the pliers and the note were out, though, the box was empty. There was no group code or information on getting up with the rest of your team, and after a thorough search, she found nothing. Emily shrugged, not too upset about it. They had probably just forgotten to add it, and she figured that a quick trip to the internet would get her in contact with her group. She was still excited about her quick admittance to the group, and hopped on the site to see what she could find. A little while later, Emily closed her laptop with a huff of frustration. She had checked every group, but no one was following the Tooth Fairy case. No one seemed to know what she was talking about either, and it was starting to make her wonder. Maybe the others would sign up soon. Maybe she had gotten her box a little too early. In the end, she set up a room for the Tooth Fairy case, figuring the others would find her, and decided to go to bed. She'd sign on tomorrow and find that they had discovered her, and then the game could begin. Instead, she woke up to find another dodgy package on her front porch, and only a few messages in the room she had started, none of them helpful. The people who had found the room appeared to have used her post as an excuse to belittle her. The 3 or 4 users who had left comments were quick to remark that the Tooth Fairy case was little more than an urban legend, not likely to be something Catch-a-Killer would tackle. They made fun of her for even suggesting that they received a case file on this one, and decided that she must be trolling. Today's box looked like it had gotten wet, and the cardboard was dark and distorted. Emily huffed and deleted their comments, setting the box on the table as she cleared her own inbox. This was what she got for asking for help on the internet. Most of these people were just shut-ins with little more to do than bother her, and she knew she shouldn't take it personally. Even so, Emily reflected that it was frustrating that none of the others who'd received the case files had hopped in to share information. As she sat grumbling at the computer screen, she found her eyes straying to the box and finally decided to open it. The material felt as damp as she'd expected, but that only added to the mystery. It hadn't rained last night, or for the last few days, and she couldn't believe that anyone would have delivered a package in such condition. And why was it here so early? It was near noon, but the mail didn't usually run until 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The box had been waiting for her when she opened the door, leading her to believe that it had been dropped off much earlier. Inside the box was another of those strange notes, the letter made of magazine clippings, and an envelope that she thought might contain pictures. His next victims were the Hughes children, Mary, Shelley, and Clark, ages 12, 10, and 8, respectively. Coming in through the window in their bedroom, he tied them up and made them watch as he stabbed them to death from oldest to youngest. Each of them was stabbed 20 to 30 times. Their parents found them the next morning, both having slept through the night as their children died mere feet away. The oldest child was found to have her lower canines removed, the middle child her bottom incisors, and the youngest was missing his bottom premolars. The teeth were believed to have been taken as a trophy, and that was when the police began calling him the Tooth Fairy, though the press wouldn't start using it until much later. As she took out the pictures, Emily felt her blood run cold as she flipped the top back. There were 12 pictures inside, all seemingly taken with a Polaroid camera. All of them were of crying children, their hands tied behind them and their mouths stuffed with whatever they had at hand. The girls appeared to be older than the brother, all of them bearing the same sandy hair and hazel eyes. And as the pictures carried on, Emily could see the fearful children becoming broken children. Their pajamas reddened, their wounds seeming to grow with each snapshot, and by the end, all 3 were lying on the carpet together. As their blood seeped into the thick shag, Emily felt the pictures slip from her numb fingers. What was this? It was a little too much if this was someone's idea of a joke or a game. She had wanted to be part of this game, but if this was the level they were playing at, she wasn't sure she was up to it. These Polaroids looked real, like something taken instead of made, and as Emily held them, they felt dirty in her hands. She put them in the box and picked up her computer as she tried to discover anything about the case that she was being drip-fed. This was the second box she'd received that felt more like a love letter to the killer and less like a case file. There were no clues to follow, no breadcrumbs to lead her to an outcome, just harrowing stories to listen to that ultimately didn't tell her anything. If this was how it was, she really needed to see if anyone else had received the clues she was failing to find. The forum offered more veiled insults, and Emily huffed as she closed the laptop. With no words from the admin and no help forthcoming from her fellow investigators, she couldn't do much but speculate. In the end, she dumped the contents of the box into the first one and threw the new box away. When her eyes kept darting over to it as it sat on the top layer of the garbage can, she pulled it out and took it to the outside garbage. She couldn't stand the way it seemed to be watching her, and as she came back up the front steps of the porch, she stopped in her tracks as she saw the last thing she expected to see. Another cardboard box, covered in old yellow tape, was on her welcome mat, sitting like a steaming pile of fresh foreboding. Emily looked around, suddenly not feeling so safe standing in front of her own house. How had she missed it? It hadn't just appeared between her leaving her front door and putting the box in the garbage can. It had taken a matter of minutes, 2 or 3 at the most, and someone would have had to place the box quickly and quietly in order to get it here in the interim. Someone like a serial killer who stole people's teeth and kept them as trophies. Emily shook the thought off and reached down to pick up the box. She must have just missed it on the way out, must have stepped right over it. But that didn't stop her from locking the deadbolt and throwing the chain across the door. She took the box to the dining room table, but it would be quite a while before she found the courage to open it. She looked at it as she cleaned her house, returning to it a few times throughout the day. She didn't want to open it, was honestly afraid of what might be in it, but it still hung over her like an omen. As fearful as she was, it was a very tantalizing mystery, and Emily loved a good mystery. As the sun went down and the shadows grew tall in her living room, Emily was helpless to stop herself from ripping off the tape. The box had the same wet, warped look the other one had borne, and as the tape came off, Emily was greeted by yet another handmade note and a long metal tool that made her grit her teeth. It was an ice pick, and someone had clearly used it roughly. The end was dented, the metal flowering up around the point of impact. The tip was malformed, that angry exclamation almost as damaged as the butt end, and it helped the red paint find its way into the porous metal that sought to drink it up. It worked its way into the crevices, and the dark red made the tool all the more grotesque. The fourth victim was Dr. Reynolds of the Norvis Free Clinic. Posing as a homeless man, he came in before operating hours and killed the good doctor before his staff could arrive. The Tooth Fairy had chosen Dr. Reynolds carefully, the two bearing a striking resemblance. It was easy for him to pose as Dr. Reynolds and continue to see patients. The next 12 victims were homeless people at the clinic, people he invited to come in after hours. The cause of death for all was the same as Dr. Reynolds, a single puncture wound to the side of the neck. From these victims, the Tooth Fairy completed his collection of bottom teeth. She added the pick to the box of other things, before slipping it into the hall closet and going to sit in her room. Suddenly, the living room was a little too open, the windows too exposed for Emily's taste. She sat in bed trying not to think about the boxes or the mystery that surrounded them. The more of them she received, the more she had to remind herself that this was just something cooked up by the company. It became harder and harder to justify to herself, though, as the contents became more graphic. She had read a lot of forum posts before signing up, and none of this seemed like the experiences she had read about. The cases were spooky sometimes, but there was always a group of people to help you solve them. Doing this alone was making her anxious, and the clues weren't really pointing her towards a suspect at all. This was reading more like a story, and less like a case. She wasn't sure what to take away from this, besides the crawling anxiety that surrounded her. She checked the group again, and found nothing but more people making fun of her for suggesting Catch a Killer would cover anything like the Tooth Fairy case. It's not even real. It's an urban legend. No, it's real, but the group only handles cases with suspects and evidence. The killer never leaves anything behind. The case is too high profile to let a bunch of amateurs mess it up by stepping on what little evidence they have. It was pages of stuff like that, but nothing helpful. None of the admins had posted either, and Emily supposed they were on vacation. They couldn't weigh in on forum topics, they couldn't answer her questions, and it seemed like they couldn't be bothered to do much at all. Emily set her phone on the nightstand and got ready for bed again, deciding that she wouldn't open any more of the packages until someone else messaged the group to say that they'd received their packages. She needed help. She needed some perspective, and she wasn't going to get it in an echo chamber. As she fell asleep, she thought that at least it shouldn't be possible for them to send a fourth box so soon. It had probably been a fluke to send her 3 so close together, and she drifted off, hoping there might be someone to help her when the 4th arrived. She woke up the next morning to the sounds of birds and the gentle chime of her phone alarm. Emily felt a little better in the light of day, the megrims of the night before lost with the dawn filling her living room. She booted up her computer, intending to get some work done today before her boss called and complained about her lack of progress lately. First, however, she wanted breakfast. As the eggs and bacon sizzled in the pan, Emily felt all the anxiety of the night before dribbling away. She had made too much out of all this. She always psyched herself up so much over these things. Between the quarantine and working from home, she'd had too much time to mull over these dark corners. It might be time to get some of this under control. Maybe the box service was a little too much. She should cancel it and try again some other time. She had taken her phone out to do just that, her breakfast balanced on top of a cup of coffee, when something caught her eye in the peripheral. She was standing in the foyer, heading for the little office that she'd set up in the living room, when the spot found its way into her peripheral. She imagined that she could hear the tendons in her neck creaking as she turned her head to see if her fears were correct, and felt the plate wobble as the coffee shook in her hand. It couldn't be. It was 7 in the morning. The mail hadn't even thought about running yet. The package was sitting on the front porch, the center of her welcome mat, leering at her through the glass of the front door. She stood there for a count of 30, her mind whirling at the sight of the large brown box. But in the end, she didn't drop her food or dissolve into a puddle of terror. She turned away from the door and went to her desk. If she meant to continue buying box services, eggs, coffee, or paying the mortgage on her house, she needed to do some work. As she got to her tasks for the day, Emily found that her eyes just wouldn't stay off the package on the stoop. She couldn't see it from her desk. There was a wall in the way. But the mirror in the foyer gave her a perfect view of the front door. She had placed it there to see people when they came up. But now what appeared less than convenient. She tried to keep her mind on medical coding, but it was difficult with the non-existent eyes of the package on her. Her mind itched to see what was inside, little as she wanted to. It would be another horror show, she was certain, and it would be for her alone, since no one else seemed to be sharing it with her. Around 11, Emily finally sighed in frustration and pushed the keyboard away. She had done almost nothing in the 4 hours that she'd been working, and the sooner she got the package out of her mind, the better. She got up to go bring the package in, but as she moved into the foyer, she stopped again. There was a second package sitting in the shadow of the first. She stared at it, her mind reeling as she pondered how it had gotten there. She'd had a perfect view of the door. There was no way that anyone could have snuck up and delivered a package in broad daylight without her seeing them. She stepped towards the door, feeling the tug of curiosity, but stopped as she saw the obvious answer. The second box was a little smaller than the other one. In her apprehension at the sight of the box, she had just overlooked the second one. That was it, just a failure to notice. The thought made her feel secure enough to turn away from the door and go make some lunch. She was coming back with her sandwich and a fresh cup of coffee when she looked again and saw a third box perched on top of the first. She'd been thinking that she might be able to get some work done, but seeing that third box, that dark brown cardboard monstrosity, she began to doubt the web of excuses that she had crafted. If they could sneak in a third box, they could have easily slipped in the second. If it hadn't been there, they had slipped in while she wasn't looking and delivered it without a sound. She returned to her computer long enough to find the contact information to Catch a Killer and called their customer service line. This was getting out of hand, and if no one was going to return her messages, then she'd just go to the source. Mazer Incorporated, this is Janet speaking. How may I direct your call? Emily wet her lips, not expecting such a quick response. She plowed on before the anger could cool, though. Yes, I'm trying to reach someone with Catch a Killer box service. This was the number they had listed online, and But the bubbly woman on the other end cut her off. Of course, 1 moment, please. 30 seconds of canned music later, and another far too happy young woman picked up the phone and asked Emily how she could help her. Yeah, I recently signed up for your service, but I think something's wrong. I've received at least 6 packages in the last 3 days, and it's always at random times. I can't seem to find anyone online that's part of the same group as me, and I think I'm getting parts of cases that require other parts to solve. The level of detail is really impressive on the boxes, but the volume is a little creepy. I think I'd either like to be put in another group or just cancel the service altogether, please. The woman then I seed through the whole conversation, and the background sound of keys clacking made Emily grit her teeth. I'm terribly sorry you're dissatisfied with our service, ma'am. You can absolutely have a refund, and I'll cancel your service. Feel free to keep the materials you've already received for your trouble. Do you know which case file you're assigned to? It's the Tooth Fairy case. The clicking abruptly stopped. You must be mistaken, ma'am. That's not a case we offer at this time. Not one we plan to offer in the future, either. Emily had been pacing, but stopped as the woman's words fell on her like a piano. That's the information I've been getting in the mail. All the boxes contain these little handmade letters and pictures and descriptions of murders. Let me get your information, ma'am. I'll see what group we have you assigned to. Emily gave her the info she'd filled in on the website, and after a few minutes of clicking, she could swear she heard the woman's teeth grinding together. I'm sorry, ma'am, but you aren't on our client list. You're on our tentative approval list, but we haven't taken your payment for the current cycle of case files. Emily stopped in the foyer, glancing fitfully out the front door as she tried to make sense of all of this. There was a 4th box on top of the other one, and as the golden afternoon set over the house, she felt a chill creep up her spine. What does that mean? She whispered, not daring to speak too loudly. It means that whoever's sending you those packages isn't anyone from our office. Emily was speechless, and as the woman called to her from the other end of the phone, she let it slip out of her hand and tumble to the hardwood. Emily wanted to call the police, But her curiosity was piqued. It was the same curiosity that had led her to sign up for the service in the first place. But now it had led her into a mystery that she hadn't been prepared for. As she wrapped her hand around the doorknob, she knew that there was no going back. If she looked in those boxes, if she cut the tape and saw what lay inside, she'd never be able to go back again. She opened the door, poking her head out like a groundhog from his hole. She expected something to be waiting out there for her, but the porch was empty except for the boxes. She juggled the 4 of them into her arms and brought them inside, closing the door and twisting the deadbolt before taking them to her bedroom. She left the phone in the foyer, taking all the boxes and locking herself behind her bedroom door. Spilling them onto her bed, she wondered what order she would open them in. Looking at them again, though, she realized each was numbered with a quick squirt of magic marker. Taking the largest, the one with the childish 4 on it, she strained a little at the weight of it. Something rumbled angrily inside, and as she slid her penknife over the tape, she was unsurprised to find a roofing hammer inside. Like the chisel, the head was spattered with a deep red stain, and the tines on the end were likewise painted. What had the 3rd box said? His victims had been killed by blunt force trauma to the base of the skull. After seeing the pictures of the children, she doubted he could contain himself from cutting and slicing them after the fact. He'd wanted to kill them quickly before they could give him away, but he still wanted the thrill of slicing them up. The note inside was quite illuminating. His next 3 victims were an odd fellow looking to have some teeth extracted, a census taker that he suspected might be working for the police, and the private detective that ultimately caused him to abandon the free clinic. The detective had a friend in the local police force, a friend whom he'd told before heading to investigate the rumors of missing people at the clinic. The Tooth Fairy avoided the raid meant to catch him and added 6 more teeth to his collection. From the old man, he took the front incisors. From the census taker, the 2 top incisors next to them. Finally, from the nosy investigator, he took the top canines and left on a bus as the police raided his hunting ground. She paused before opening the 5th. Had she heard a sound in the living room? She wanted to check, but the knife made such a satisfying sound on the tape as she opened it. Inside was a business card for someone named Carol Barner. The legend beneath proclaimed her to be a webmaster from Mazer Inc., and Emily suspected that she already knew what the note would tell her. How easy it had been for the packages to arrive at her house, almost like someone had her name and address. She thought again that she'd heard a noise from the living room, the breaking of glass or the crunch of a boot crushing something fragile. It might even been the breaking of a phone, as someone stepped on it after she'd carelessly left it in the foyer. She read the note quickly, wondering how much time she had left. His next victim was Carol Barner. Carol was selected at random, a crime of convenience that turned out to be very helpful. Carol was his neighbor, someone who worked from home as the pandemic raged. Carol liked to work late into the night, and her keyboard was so very loud. He had tried to be good, tried to lay low for a while as he settled into a new town, but the clack, clack, clacking was driving him mad. One night, as he watched 2 o'clock roll by with no reprieve, he took the continued noise as a sign from above. He broke into her apartment, and she never even noticed over the sound of her keyboard until it stopped tapping forever. In doing so, he discovered what it was she'd been working on, and found a way to finish his work without the hassle of finding more victims. He discovered the database that she'd been tapping away at, and after taking her premolars, he set to work. Her hands shook as she opened the next box, the knife threatening to cut her as it jittered over the adhesive. She could hear him as he moved through the house, being less than quiet as he yanked open doors and cabinets. He knew where she was. He had to, but it was all the thrill for him. He wanted her good and scared before he went about his business, and Emily had to still her hands as she read the note that lay atop the flyer for Catch a Killer. The flyer with the red stain distorting the K in killer and made it run like a wound. His next 8 victims were just everyday crime junkies, people who loved to research and speculate from the comfort of their home. He had a large pool to choose from, and it was easy to select those who wouldn't be missed or would take time to be discovered. Glenn Howell was a freelance coder with a passion for cold cases. Linda Merrill was a divorced housewife whose children had flown the nest, leaving her plenty of time to consume her true crime content. Courtney Powell and Linda Kane were roommates, and it was a wonder the 15 cats in their apartment hadn't got them before he did. John Boyd, Claire Keene, Reagan Summers, Casey Greer, they all took the bait and became true crime content all their own. Each kill swelled the legend of the Tooth Fairy. Each added another name to his tally, and each gave him another piece of the puzzle. As the police searched for him, looking for anything that could discover his identity, the Tooth Fairy found the last piece he needed, his final victim. The knob rattled, turning slowly as it hit the lock. Whoever was on the other side didn't kick, didn't yell, didn't fret. He knew they had all night. He knew she had nowhere to go, since there were no windows in her room, and there was no escape except through the door that he was now standing in front of. No one was going to come for her, and it was just the two of them until matters were resolved. He had to get inside anyway. Emily had all his tools. He had sent her everything he would need to make her another case file for some other true crime fan to speculate over. Would they wonder how she had been so easily caught? Would they question the validity of such a killer? Maybe the sheer idiocy of it all would help cement the legend of the Tooth Fairy into something told around campfires and under blankets as flashlights lit ghostly faces. Sometimes that was what really made the story. The idea that something like that could never happen to you. She opened the last box as he moved about her house like a fitful spirit, clearly savoring the moment. When she took the letter out, she yelped in surprise and let it fall to the floor. The last grisly totem fell to the carpet, clicking merrily as Emily watched it. It all made sense now. The name, the trophies, the order of the theft. He had needed them, needed to complete his masterpiece. He had to have a complete set, otherwise it wouldn't look right. She tore her eyes away from the grim spectacle and looked at the letter that was likely to tell her of his last victim. A victim she knew all too well. His last victim was Emily Colney. Emily fancied herself a true crime enthusiast. She petitioned multiple services since the beginning of the pandemic, but was never invited to join their groups. She wrote all of them in her application to catch a killer. And when it pinged on the database, the Tooth Fairy decided to make her dream come true and give her the true crime experience of a lifetime. Emily Colney, the perpetual shut-in on Hawthorne Street, would have the distinction of being the Tooth Fairy's last victim. After her, he would break his pattern and thus become harder to link to the crimes that would come after her. So thank you, Emily. Thank you for helping me complete my masterpiece. The door shuddered, and Emily dropped the note. It fluttered down to land on the grisly trophy on the floor, and she was forced to put her hand far too close to it as she picked up the note. It was a mishmash, a golem, a creation of love and hate, and it hurt her to look at. It seemed that Mary's denture plates had been put to good use, and the teeth within them were as different as they were misshapen. He had lovingly set them into the plastic, and they looked like an animal trap, just waiting to bite. The false teeth were missing only one set, and as the door splintered, Emily grabbed the hammer she'd received the day before and held it at the ready. A hand slipped through the hole in the door, grasping the lock with a smooth and practiced twist as he opened the door and let himself in. She saw him then, rising to his full height as he filled her doorway like a ghoul in a cast-off coat. He was massive, his head looking grotesquely small as it peeked down from between his huge shoulders. She felt the hammer slip from her hand as the smell of him wafted over her, the aroma of dirt, campfires, old chemicals, and ancient blood. She didn't start screaming until he smiled at her, his spitty, toothless mouth revealing empty gums waiting for what lay on the floor between them, gums waiting for Emily to complete their reward for years of patience. It was a fight like any of the others we had recently had. Little did I know it would be the last fight we ever had, though. Our fight was about grades. They all seemed to be about grades at that time. He'd been heading out the door, dressed to go hang out in the woods with his little hoodlums he called friends. I suspected they were drinking, and I was absolutely sure they were out there smoking. I was tired of cleaning up after him and watching him slip slowly into delinquency. He told me he'd be back, and I told him to stop and come have a seat instead. He glowered at me from the door, knowing what I wanted to talk about, and not liking it. He slammed the door and came to sit on the couch, knowing he was about to sit down for another ass chewing. His grades had come in, and they were the worst they had ever been. When I told him this, he said it wasn't his fault. I sighed. It was never his fault. Nothing was ever his fault. There was always someone else to blame, someone else to point the finger at, and it was never up to him to take responsibility. This was old ground. We retread it for the 1,000th time, it seemed. He would have to repeat the 11th grade at this rate. He said he didn't care. He would have to quit his job if he couldn't keep his grades up. He didn't care about that either. I would snatch everything but his air. His car, his games, his computer, everything that mattered to him, and he would be stuck with nothing but studying. And that was the stroke that finally got through to him. Mom never had to stoop to this. Mom always knew there was a better way than to just punish me all the time. He said exactly what he knew I needed to hear to lose my temper. Well, she isn't here, is she, Marcus? She's dead. Or have you forgotten? I could see by his pained expression that I'd touched a nerve. How could either of us forget that little fact? It just hadn't felt like home here without her. We had done a lot of fighting, staying cooped up in our rooms, and not a lot of talking about the hurt we both felt at her passing. She had always kept us from escalating to this level of arguments that would quickly come to the cusp of violence, I was starting to believe. My wife had been the pillar that held our relationship up. My wife had been dead for almost a year now, and it had been the worst year of my life. She died very suddenly, painlessly, the EMTs told me. She had been turning into the grocery store to get our weekly shopping list done when a bus had struck her car. Her car had rolled 4 times before coming to rest against a tree, and the impact had killed her even as it smashed in the doors of the car. I can remember when I'd gotten the phone call, sitting at my desk and preparing to file some reports. I had given bad news to spouses like this 1,000 times when I was on the force, but it's different when that kind of horror visits you personally. We buried her in the family plot, and the 2 of us had gone home to try and make the most of the house we had left. We had fought bitterly nearly every day since. I saw Marcus tear up and turn away before he could see my eyes filling up as well. I hate you. Sometimes I wish I'd been in that car with her. That took me back a moment, and I answered out of anger before I could stop myself. Sometimes, son, I wish you had too. We were silent for a solid minute before he got up and walked slowly towards the hallway. Then don't bother worrying about me anymore. Maybe I'll go talk to Mom, see if she wants to listen. Then he stomped down the hallway and slammed his door behind himself, leaving me alone to feel like a shitty parent and the worst person alive. I spent the next few hours bustling about to distract myself. I made dinner, folded some laundry, and generally picked up while dinner boiled and simmered. When it finally finished, I assembled it on a plate and took it to the door of his room, intending it to be a peace offering. "Marcus," I called his name softly, knocking on the door and leaning in to listen. The other side of the door was quiet, not a sound to be heard, but I thought I could hear the creak of the mattress as its occupant rolled over. I sighed. He was ignoring me. That made me angry. I was trying to extend an olive branch, and here he was ignoring me. "Well, dinner's in the fridge when you decide to stop being mad," I said. His dinner went into the fridge, and I decided to flip on my Xbox and try to block out his childish behavior. I was still playing later when I heard the door creak open and the light footsteps he always used when he was trying to sneak out of his room. I ignored him as he scuttled up the hallway, clearly checking to see if I was in the living room. It had gotten dark a few hours ago. A check of the time showed me it was 10 o'clock, and I was a little angry that he was still awake. As he crossed behind the couch, I told him to get his food and go to bed. "You don't need to stay up all night." He didn't say anything. He just scuttled off to his room and closed the door. I went back to playing my game, and about an hour later I took myself off to bed. I locked my door, just in case, but I wasn't expecting any trouble. My son was a hothead, just like his old man, but he wasn't usually violent. He was a good kid, but it was hard to see the good under all that yelling. I wish now that I had looked harder. Maybe I could have prevented what came next. The next day was Saturday, and I spent the day cleaning and catching up on things. I didn't see my son all day. He didn't come out for meals or just to ask me if he could have any of the myriad of things returned for the weekend. This wasn't out of the ordinary for him. Last summer, he would just stay up all night, and we'd never see him until morning, or the few times he got a wild hair to wake up early. After last night, I was a little glad he didn't come out. Truth be told, I didn't really want to see him, and his silence was kind of nice. When noon rolled around and I hadn't heard the flush of a toilet or the footsteps across the floor, I became a little concerned. I went to his door and knocked, calling his name, expecting to hear some response. There was nothing, not a sound from inside, and I started to feel angry again. I remembered how he had iced me out the night before, and left without saying anything. If he wanted to play the silent treatment game, so could I. I didn't think about it again until I was getting ready for bed, his door still not having rattled all day. I showered, took my sleep aid, and went to bed. Getting comfy down into the covers, I started to think that maybe I should be more concerned. Was he sick? Hurt? Perhaps he was waiting for me to apologize so he could get back on even footing. I got half out of bed before my anger flared up again. He just wanted me to be the first one to crack. I rolled back in bed, putting the pillow over my head as I tried to fall asleep. I wasn't going to play these games with him. I was not going to be the first one to crack. I awoke in the middle of the night to a loud crashing noise in the kitchen. I was next to the bed in a heartbeat, police training taking over, finding the box that held my handgun. I crept towards the bedroom door, quiet as a mouse, as the destruction continued to cascade around the kitchen. I wrapped my hand around the doorknob, just as a sound like a stove tipping over crunched across the house. I winced, wondering who the hell was making such a ruckus in my kitchen. It had to be some meth head or something. No burglar would be this incompetent. I opened the door quietly and tiptoed through the living room, boxer shorts being my only covering. The noise had stopped after the loud crash, but I was taking no chances. The last thing I wanted to do was get jumped on as I came around the corner, and I kept my gun up and at the ready. When I peeked around the edge of the bar, I could see a huge mess spreading across the usually pristine kitchen. The refrigerator doors were open, food and juice spilling everywhere, and the stove was indeed flipped onto its face as it lay on the floor. Bakelite glass was scattered across the ground and added to the overall catastrophe that had stretched across the kitchen. Of my intruder, however, there was no sign. I searched across the house and found no one. The door was locked, front and back, and none of the windows were open. It was pretty clear that no one had broken in to trash my kitchen, and I could feel my anger flare up again as I looked at the disaster. Only one person could have been responsible for this, and he was currently pretending I didn't exist. This time I hammered on the door. "What the hell? You ruined my kitchen, wasted my food, and just scuttle back off to your hole? Get your ass out here and help me clean this shit up." No sound came from inside. I was furious. Did he think he could just wreck the house and then ignore me? Who the hell did he think he was? He was on thin ice, and if this was how he wanted to act, I would be suggesting to his grandmother tomorrow that maybe he ought to go live with her for a while. He was 17 after all, and if he wanted to act like an idiot, I was tempted to call the police. Let him spend a night in jail, if that's how he wanted to act. I threw the door open then, and there he was, lying with his back to me, under his heavy comforter. Get your ass up. You can help me clean up this mess, and then we can have a long talk about why you think it's okay to destroy my kitchen. He lay still, ignoring me, giving me the literal cold shoulder. I took a step into his room, fists balled up as I prepared to turn him over roughly and shout at him until he decided to listen. I stopped myself, though, after that first step. Maybe this was what he wanted. If I had considered that the police might solve my problem for me, then surely he had as well. He was hoping I would get rough with him so he could get me in trouble. Well, I was not about to play right into his hands. I grabbed the chair from beside his door and wedged it up under the doorknob as I closed it behind myself. Good luck wrecking the place now, asshole. I didn't sleep that night. I cleaned the kitchen before dragging myself back to bed just as the sun came up. I was filthy, sweaty, and smelled strongly of pine sol. The kitchen had taken a lot of work, and I fell into a filthy, thin sleep as I lay in my bed. My dreams were full of wrecked kitchens, thankless children, and lots of screaming. I slept poorly despite my tiredness and woke up grumpy and sore. I saw that the chair was still there as I walked to the bathroom and sniffed. He probably could have opened that door, but it would have taken a lot of shoving. Likely his activities from the night before had taken a lot out of him, and now he was too tired to get up. Oh well, I thought. He'll get hungry sometime, and then he'll have to come out and talk to me. I showered, ate a late breakfast, and busied myself with the rest of the day. I kept listening for him, expecting him to curse as he discovered the chair I'd pushed under his door, or flush a toilet, but he never made a peep. His room was as quiet as a tomb, and he never so much as turned on the TV or walked to the bathroom. That should have raised a red flag with me, but I was still so mad from the night before. If he wanted to starve in there, let him do it, I suppose. I left him alone, and when it was time for bed, I crawled in gladly and was snoozing about the time my head hit the pillow. I heard the chair scrape harshly across the floor about 11, and I climbed out of bed to go catch him leaving his room as the sounds became harsher still. I got about halfway across the bedroom when something hit my door hard enough to rattle it in its frame. I took a step back, startled, waiting to see if he would knock it down or simply keep battering at it. After the sounds of breaking wood rattled across the room, I realized the something was the chair I had put under my son's door. After the chair shattered, he started battering the door with his fists, and I reached for the handgun on my nightstand even as I reached for the phone on my charger. I dialed 911 and laid the phone against my ear, pointing the gun at the door steadily. I don't want to shoot my son, but if he came in meaning to harm me, I would do what I had to do. The operator picked up on the second ring. 911, what is your emergency? I told them that I needed some officers to come to my address. I told them that my son was acting violently, possibly under the influence, and I desperately needed help. The operator could hear the sounds of someone trying to batter my door in, and said that she would dispatch help right away. She told me to stay on the line, and I did just that. My aim shook a little as something put a fist-sized hole in my door. The frame shook and the surface bulged as whatever was trying to break in tore through the first layer of the door and into the interior. I haven't prayed since my wife died, but I prayed then that whatever God resided over all wouldn't make me shoot this child I had raised. I saw something crawl through the hole in the blackness of the dark room and reach for the doorknob. I leveled my gun and prepared to fire if the door opened. It slid around the knob, and I heard it twist just before the lock caught. Thankfully, I had remembered to lock the door. It had fumbled at the simple turn lock when the first blue and whites flashed through the windows. The black thing retreated then, and the silence that followed it was almost deafening. I snuck across the room to the door, gun leading as I peeked out into the hallway. The shadowy hall was empty, the door to the living room closed, and I shoved the door open noisily as it hung broken on the hinges. The police were banging on the door, calling to see if someone would let them in. I put the gun on the bookshelf by my door, not wanting to get shot myself, and I called to them to tell them that I was the caller and I was opening the door. The door came open, and they had their hands on their holsters, waiting to see who would open the door. They took in my boxer shorts and my scared face and asked me what had happened. I told them everything. I told them about the fight I'd had with my son. I told them about how he'd been in his room for days on end, only coming out at night to eat or cause trouble. I told them about the mess in the kitchen, even showing them some pictures I'd taken on my phone. I told them about the silent treatment we'd been engaged in for the last few days, and how tonight had simply been the icing on the cake. They agreed to come with me to talk to him. I knocked on the door, already knowing what I'd find. There was no response. The cops looked at me skeptically, but I told them this was just how he'd been lately. I opened the door to find him turned away from the door, blankets pulled up over himself, the same way he had been the last time I tried to talk to him. Marcus, you need to stop playing games and talk to these men. You went too far. My door is destroyed. You need to get up and tell them what you did. Marcus said nothing. That's when my temper flared again, and I strode forward to yank the blankets off the bed. Get the hell up. Stop being such a child. I know you can... When the blankets came off, I saw the dried blood soaked into the mattress. It had pooled on the floor beside the bed, and Marcus lay on his side as his eyes stared sightlessly at the wall. His body had begun to bloat, the skin blackening, and his wrists were jagged rips up his arm. The knife he had used was still clutched in his hand, and the blade was dark with dried blood. I spent several hours in the police station, shaking and trying to come to terms with what had happened. The cops hadn't put me in handcuffs. Professional courtesy, I guess. But they had implied that they suspected this wasn't as cut and dry as it looked. I suspected that they thought I had attempted to cover up a murder, but when the coroner's report came back, they determined that he'd been dead for a few days. The going consensus was he had killed himself after our last fight. They found a note on his desk, and if they hadn't already thought I was a shitty parent, that certainly sealed it. Not only had I essentially let my son kill himself and ignored him for the next 2 days, but I had driven him to it as well. The note he'd left said, "If you wish I had died in that crash so much, then let me just give you what you want. I'll be sure to tell Mom why I'm here so soon." They cut me loose an hour ago, but all I can do is sit in my car and shake. Part of it's grief. I can't believe I have to go back to that empty house by myself. I can't believe we'll never be able to put all this behind us and move on. I can't believe I'll never get to see him grow up, have kids of his own. I've lost everything now. My son, my wife, everything that made my house a home. But I'd be lying if I said that it wasn't fear as well. Because if my son was dead, what was the thing that destroyed my kitchen and came after me tonight? It passed within a few inches of me on that first night, and thinking back on that makes me shiver. The cops ignored me when I asked what I was supposed to do about whatever attacked me tonight. I know they think I'm making it up, trying to garner some kind of sympathy for my negligence, but I know what I saw. I saw that long, shadowy arm creep into the hole in my door. If it wasn't my son, then what the hell was that? As I sit in my car writing this, I don't know if I'll ever go home again. I don't even know if I have a home anymore.
Reminds me a little of the last time I followed tracks in the snow. The steam rose as I blew into my hands, looking back at Grandpa as we made our way through the snowy forest. It was February, and the weather had been temperamental since Thanksgiving. We had experienced some thick snow since the 1st of December, and the usual decorations had looked pretty festive this year as they huddled amidst it. We had picked up as many of them as possible, but I knew that come spring we would find more of them buried where the snow had been. It figured this would be when Clarence, the cat owned by Grandpa's closest neighbor, would have chosen to get loose. Clarence was a large Maine Coon, fluffier than most dogs, and she had been on the phone to Grandpa when I looked up to see the temperamental feline loping through the snow in front of our house. Grandpa had gone out to try to sweet-talk the ball of fur, looking ridiculous in his pajama pants and rain boots, as I stood on the porch and tried to get him to bundle up. He had been sick throughout Christmas, a nasty flu having put him to bed, and I'd been afraid I might wake up one morning to find that he had wheezed out his last. Then, the day before New Year's, I'd gotten up to find him cooking breakfast and feeling more like his old self. Now he was out in the snow looking for a cat, though he was more likely looking for a good case of pneumonia. To his credit, he had put on his cold weather clothes before heading out into the woods. He looked like a small bear in his snow pants and thick furry coat, his fluffy hat with the ear covers pulling the whole illusion together. Among other things on the long list of Grandpa's talents, he was a great tracker and had taken to the woods to find the cat. It didn't exactly take a master hunter to follow the cat's trail today, and it looked more like he had bounded from snowbank to snowbank. "Oh?" I said, feeling that maybe a Grandpa story would help move things along. "Of course. We were following something a little bigger than a cat that time." I shivered as Grandpa pushed a branch out of the way, a snowbank falling on top of my head. The cold powder fell off, thankfully, before it could melt and soak through my thick coat. "Hunting wolves?" I asked, joking but a little curious to know what Grandpa could have been hunting in the army. "Bigger than that," he said, looking between a pair of prints and following the smaller of the two. "Bear, maybe?" "Nope," he said, looking back to grin wickedly. "It was nothing short of the most dangerous prey of all. Man." John and I were on guard, keeping each other company through the cold night, when I first saw the lights off over a snowy hill. I could see a truck trudging angrily over the hills of snow, its lights heading for the nearby forest. The local woods weren't a great one, little more than 50 or 60 acres of dense and hardy mountain trees. The trees in Georgia were no lightweights, but these Alaskan trees were definitely built for the weather. You might ask what anyone was doing out in the middle of the night that close to the woods, but it was February, a little before Valentine's Day, and it had been dark nearly all day. In reality, they were driving up there about 6 p.m., right about the time our watch had started. And soon I could see a fire winking on the horizon. "Surely they aren't camping out there," I said to John. "Why not?" he asked. "If they've spotted a caribou herd and can take a few of them, all the better for the tribe." He took out his binoculars to see if he could catch a glimpse of anyone in particular, but despite the clearness of the night, it was no good. The best John could determine, there were 5 figures around a fire, and they seemed to be getting ready to head into the woods. He was a little more interested than I thought was strictly healthy, and finally John scoffed as he put down the binoculars and shook his head. "They can't be going into the woods. No one with any sense would go into the woods after dark." I snorted and commented that it was always dark this time of year, but John didn't laugh. "There are things here that know the difference between dark and night. If they're out there this late, they're either very foolish or they have grit." "Let's hope it's the grit, then," I said, my breath puffing out as we kept our eternal vigil over the frozen tundra that stretched brightly around us. By this time I had been in Alaska a year, the first of my 3-year stretch over there, and the cold never got any easier to handle. I don't remember being warm the whole time I was in Alaska. Not the sort of warm that I was used to. I was accustomed to sitting by a river bank as spring bloomed, catching the sluggish fish that lays through the snow melt. Alaska was beautiful, without a doubt, but I never quite acclimated to the weather. A few days later, John woke me up around midday, his own eyes a little less bleary this time. "I need your help, if you're willing." It was all he had to say. I was up and dressed in a matter of minutes, accepting a mug of cowboy coffee from John. He was dressed warmly, his thick service coat pulled up to the ears. which were covered by a furry hat I'd seen him wear often on post. He had a rifle slung over his shoulder, and his boots had fresh snow clinging to 'em. "What do you need?" I asked, pulling on my own coat and grabbing my suggin cap. Apparently one of those foolish kids around the fire was my godson, Liam. He and some of his friends were looking for something that had taken some livestock off the farm, and they've been gone for 2 days. Charlotte is beside herself, and no one from the village wants to go into the woods to look for him or his friends. She called me earlier to ask if I'd help her, and I know how good you are in a pinch." I was already on board, but I was a little curious as we set off for the major's office. "Why won't anyone come help you find your godson?" John and I had been friends long enough that his silence told me more than his words. I could hear him grinding his teeth, a clear sign that he was overthinking something, and as the long house that served as the major's office got closer, he still hadn't made a decision. What was so important that he couldn't tell me, I wondered. There might be something dangerous out there, something that might require more than a rifle round. He looked at me like I might refuse to go now, but I laughed as I kept heading for the office. It wouldn't be the first boogin I've met on its own turf. "Let's go, John. We're wasting lack of daylight." An hour later, and we were both heading towards the woods, the old Jeep tires slipping a little on the fresh snow. The major hadn't wanted to let us both go. He didn't see any reason to let 2 soldiers slog through the woods looking for some town kids, and John's face had gotten pretty red when he'd said it. He looked like he meant to go no matter what the major said, but I stepped in and reminded him that we were only loosely tolerated in the settlement. They took our money and they let us live in their shadow, but they saw us as outsiders, and that was never going to change if we didn't show them that we could belong. Say the 2 of us go off in the woods and never come back. You can just say the 2 of us were deserters and that you told us not to leave. But if we find these kids, we're a couple of soldiers doing right by the town. Either way, you stand to lose very little and gain quite a lot. Major Charlotte was a Idaho native, about as big as his desk. I would have put him against any Rooski who wandered in, and maybe even some of the grizzly bears out there. He wasn't the brightest bulb on the base, but he could see a positive spin when it was shoved in his face. "You boys got till tomorrow, quadruple 0. If you ain't back to base 'fore then, I report you as deserters. If you ain't back 'fore then, I suggest you find a comfy spot to hunker with the Injuns." He allowed us to take our rifles and even told us we could borrow a Jeep to get out there. "Done drive my Jeep through the woods. On guard, boys," he warned us, and we promised that we wouldn't drive the Jeep off-road. We pulled up next to another Jeep that we had seen a few nights before when we were on post. It was 1400, but it was as dark as early evening. We flipped our torches on, and after some tromping, we found the remains of their campfire. They had left behind a few bottles, a little liquid courage, it seemed, and some wrappers from sandwiches or food of some kind. John was looking around the campsite, trying to find something to tell him what direction they had gone, but I knew it would be futile. It had snowed for 2 days, and the powder was nearly deep enough to cover the campfire. I waged that we'd find them somewhere in the woods if they were still alive. Is there a house out there? A cave, maybe? Somewhere they could have gotten out of the cold? John looked back at the foreboding canopy and shuddered. "I have no idea. We don't go into these woods, or never did when I was young." "Why?" I asked, thinking it odd that anyone could quash the urge to take to the woods in search of game or just adventure. John looked at the midnight gathering of frosty trees and sighed stoically. "It appears we have some time. Would you like to hear a story of these woods?" I told him I would, and we crunched along as we headed into the tree line. My grandmother told me that long, long ago, when we were outsiders here, we came to settle and were hunted by something that we could not run from, something we could not escape. It came at night, hunting us as we shivered in our tents. Those who stood against it died. Those who hid were found, and no one was sure what to do. It wasn't just our tribe either. When we came together, other tribes reported losing people to this thing. Some believed it was death itself, come for us since we had dared to enter its domain. But others believed it might be something different. Our elders had faced things like this before, these creatures of the other world, and came out the victors, and they believed that they could do it again. As John told his tale, I began to see the woods around us as something different. I felt comfortable as the trees shaded us from the expressive sky. The womb of the woods, a place I had always loved in my boyhood. It was just another forest, my mind told me, and I knew how to move in a forest. I said I had never felt the warmth I had known in Appalachia, but as I moved naively through these woods, I felt a strange sort of warmth spread through me, the warmth of homecoming. And so all the elders came together to discuss the issue. For days they deliberated, people still being drug off in the night. They discussed how it could be done, but they knew that they would have to know what they were dealing with first. They would need to trap the beast, and where better than a place it would feel safe enough to get cocky. They drew it into the woods with something they knew it couldn't resist, and when the trap was set and the sacrifice was released, they began to close the snare. As I moved through the woods, however, and John began to lay out his story, the forest changed. No longer was it a comfortable jaunt through the woods, but a crouching beast waiting to spring. Was this how the people in John's story had felt? Walking meat, just waiting for the butcher to come for them. The deeper we went, the more the beauty seemed like rouge smeared across the face of a monster. The farther in we went, the more that quiet weight hung around me. The barely contained hush seemed to be holding its breath, so I would drop my guard. As we clumped through the woods, my mind presented me with a picture of the beast that would be stalking us. A huge wolf, some massive black hound as big as a bear, stalking the woods as it followed us. It would be waiting behind a tree, peeking from behind a snowbank, and when it caught sight of me, it would grin with a mouthful of nasty teeth that would part to reveal its deep throat full of bellowing growls. It would blot out the moon as it leapt at us, burying us beneath its bulk and killing us before we could even scream. I was looking around, trying to catch the beast before it got us, when I tripped over something in the snow. As I looked to see what had spilled me, I found the first of our lost boys. His eyes were big and staring, frost forming on the orbs as he looked off into the woods. My foot had crunched through what I thought was ice, but turned out to be a gout of red that had turned solid. Something had ripped his throat out, leaving his meat frozen in the cold. His face was locked into the most exquisite look of terror, and I was tempted to run back to the jeep before I could encounter what had scared him so much. "Look," John whispered, pointing away from the body and towards the drag marks through the snow. It made a perfect little trail of frozen blood for us to follow, complete with several large and foreboding footprints. "Come on," John said. "That seems like a pretty good clue to me." As we walked on through the frozen wonderland, I suddenly couldn't stand the stifling quiet. "So, what was it?" "Could be a bear, maybe a wolf. Can't think of anything else that would—" "No, I mean the thing they trapped in your story." "Oh," John said, keeping his voice low as he let his rifle lead the way. "They called it the Quileute, and it was a spirit of death. They had believed it was many creatures, but what appeared was a single creature. It was hairless, an oddity in a place like this, and it appeared to be like a shaved wolf. Its grotesque body looked alien to them, its red eyes glaring from within the boundaries they had set for it. The only place it had hair was on its feet, and that seemed to work in its favor. It could move without leaving a trace, making it a dangerous foe in the wild. With the creature trapped, though, it seemed that they had bottled death, but they had done too well. As we moved, following the bloody trail, I began to believe I could almost hear the snow breaking as something followed us. Suddenly, death couldn't take them. The hunters feared no enemy. The explorers feared not the mountain's cold or height. They explored the unimaginable, fought the incredible, and learned the things that had eluded them. The longer it went on, however, the less there was to seek. People became stagnant, and many of them wished for an end. They had lived and wanted to move on to what came next. They wanted to see those who had gone before them, or to be reunited with their loved ones, and they knew of only one way to do it. "Can't imagine too much life being a problem," I whispered, but immediately regretted it. I supposed after seeing the bone collector, I could imagine too much life being a little bit problematic. It was always a stretch for me, too, when I was a kid, but as I get older, I can kind of imagine why it might get old. At any rate, they made a deal with the creature. They would send those to him who were ready to go, and any who were foolish enough to hunt the woods by night would be his prey. He would stalk the woods, but leave the places of man alone, and he agreed to such terms if he could walk the land again. We saw something jutting up from the snow, and as we followed the blood smears, we found a cave. To call it a cave might be a little generous, but it was an overhang and looked fairly dry inside. Without knowing what was in there, however, it might as well have been the open mouth of a dragon. As we hunkered down to peek inside, a snarling wolf head suddenly leered from the mouth of the cave. He was huge, almost as large as the bears we'd seen, and its fur was patchy and scraggy. Its pink skin was covered in sores, its nose split down the middle like someone had taken a knife to it, and its teeth were double rows of sharp yellow fangs. It was a freak, a mutant of some sort, and both of us had 2 pounds of pressure on a 5-pound trigger when someone yelled for us to stop. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" From behind the creature came a half-grown man in filthy snow gear. "Liam," John said, pulling the man to him as he shivered in his arms. He was filthy and freezing, but he was still alive, and apparently the only survivor of the group. One of his legs was chewed up badly, his left arm a mass of infected-looking bites, and as he hobbled out of the woods, he told us what had happened. Ma was missing sheep, and Dad, well, you know Dad's been trapped by the same bottle he crawled into after the sawmill laid him off. Ma told me to just let it go, She always says it's the death hound, or whatever they call it, but I knew it was something flesh and blood. Spirits don't need to drag your sheep off into the woods, so we went to kill it. It got Ao first, drug him off into the dark, and tore him up. When we went to help him, it got Tom, too. It tore his throat out and just jumped on Mock, too. All the while, we just kept putting shots into it, and it shrugged it off like snowflakes. I ran as it jumped on Frank, and when I fell into that cave and bashed my head, everything went dark for a while. When I woke up, it was chewing on Frank, ignoring me as I pulled up my gun. It turned to look when I started shooting, though. I shot it 5 times before it finally stopped moving, and then I blacked out again. When I came awake, I was cut up and bit up and freezing. I pulled that thing on top of me and just kind of existed until you got here. He ended up living, but not without some scars. His arm became infected and had to come off, and he never walked again without a limp. Ultimately, John told me that he crawled into the same bottle as his father, and if I had demons like that kid, I probably would too. He'd seen some terrible things, but it was ultimately less supernatural than John had believed. We were back at the base for 1900 hours, and we were the toast of the town when we brought Liam home. The town did not accept us in one evening, but when I finally packed my bags and headed back to Georgia, I was welcome in any home within Weller Brock. I had ceased to be an outsider, one of the few who ever accomplished it. We were treading familiar territory again, and I could see the house coming into view. It was nearly dusk, and my fingers felt frozen as I stuffed them into my pockets. Grandpa didn't seem to notice, but I was sure his nose had taken on a slightly blue tint after trekking all day. "Looks like our quarry's led us all the way back to the start," I commented, a little sourly. "Guess we won't be catching him after all." "Don't be so sure," Grandpa said, and I was suddenly aware of another set of prints heading for the house. I smiled as I saw Glimmer sitting on the porch steps in her usual garb, as if it wasn't cold enough to make her breath puff out. The cat in question was sitting on her lap, purring happily as she stroked its fur. It looked up mistrustfully as we approached, but she made a soothing noise, and it melted against her once again.
"There you are, Hunter. And Fisher, too. It's bad manners to leave a lady sitting in the snow. I could have caught a chill."
She rose with the cat in her arms, pecking me on the cheek as she moved onto the porch. "He a friend of yours?" I teased, stroking the cat as he nestled against her.
"Nope. But I knew his grandsire. I met him in the woods while Fisher was away playing soldiers when I was a mere slip of a girl."
"Sounds like Grandpa isn't the only one with a story today," I joked, as Glimmer cocked an eyebrow at me.
"Perhaps, but only if you fix me some of that delicious milk water like last time and invite me in out of the cold. I'll be happy to tell you how I found a poor lost beastie in my woods one night, and how I first became aware of this most remarkable creature you call cats."
I smiled as the three of us came inside, Grandpa moving to the phone as I went to get the fire going. Hot chocolate and a roaring fire sounded like the perfect way to end one story and start another. I can't explain it, but he's been here the whole time. No one believed me. My wife thought I was insane, but he's been here the whole time. My son, Dale, was 5 when he went missing. We were at the park by our flat when it happened. Park may be too grand a word for it, but that's what Dale always called it. In reality, it was a big plastic play structure, with a couple of slides, a climbing wall, and a sand pit. The whole thing is surrounded by a 15 by 15 fence, with a couple of benches for parents to sit on inside. That's where I sat that day, scrolling through Reddit and finishing my cigarette. Dale was playing with a couple of neighborhood kids. their parents sitting on the other benches, so they didn't have to breathe in my smoke. I looked up in time to see him go beneath the play structure, into an area they call the cave. The cave is an enclosed area beneath the structure, with a roof that was comfortably close for a kid and downright claustrophobic for an adult. I heard my phone chirp and looked back down to see a text from my wife. She'd gotten home from work and wanted Dale and me to come help with the groceries. I pitched my cigarette over the fence and called for Dale. "Come on, Dale. Mom's waiting for us." No response. "Come on, Dale. If you can't listen, we won't be able to come back tomorrow." Usually this would have brought him running. Playing outside was his favorite pastime, but there was still no answer. Both of his playmates came out the other side, giggling and laughing as they acted out whatever game they were playing, and I asked if they'd seen Dale. Alicia, a dark-haired girl who was missing her front teeth, lisped, "He's still in the cave, Mr. Darwith." So, I hunkered my nearly 6-foot frame, looked into the dark underbelly of the play structure, and called for Dale to come out. "Come on, Dale, we really have to go. Mom's waiting on us." I still didn't think anything was amiss, other than Dale trying to squeeze in a few more minutes of playtime. I expected him to giggle and poke his head out, baiting me into chasing him or crawling into the cave. He knew that as big as I was, it would be funny to watch me try to get under the structure and run him out, a game we played often. Instead, there was only silence. So I sighed and hunkered down on the damp sand to crawl under to get him. I heard the other two parents chuckle as they watched me, my back scraping at the bottom of the structure as I crawled towards the entrance to the cave. I didn't mind playing with Dale, but this was a little much. I was tired from my night shift the day before, and my back was sore from lifting freight all night. I resigned myself to having a stern talking to with him on the way home about not listening and crawled into the dark opening of the cave. As I passed from the lighted world outside, the afternoon sun cut slants across my face through the boards of the structure as I entered the darkness of the cave. I felt a crawling sensation on my neck suddenly. Thought I might have picked up a spider, and I ran a hand over to knock him off. There was nothing there, but the feeling wouldn't abate. It felt like my hackles were up, that ancient feeling of predators nearby putting me on edge, and it took everything I had to keep dragging myself through the space. It was only about 5 feet of blackness, but the space was preternaturally dark. It was the weirdest I had felt in years. Was it always this dark in here? I'd crawled through here before, but I didn't remember it being this black. Worse still, I didn't feel like I was alone in here. Of course I'm not alone, I reminded myself. I came in here to get Dale. As I crawled through, I began to doubt that he was still in here, and the sense that something else lived here wouldn't so easily be put aside. I felt like something hateful lived here, something that was even now hungry and slobbering. My goal went from getting Dale to getting the hell out of the space, and I came out the other side, expecting to be dragged back and consumed any minute. I stood up, wiping the dirt off my knees, as the air puffed out of me loudly. It could have easily been mistaken for exertion, but I'd be a fool to pretend it was anything but fear. I expected my son to pop out and laugh at his silly old dad then, but he was still nowhere to be found. "Dale?" I called, my voice becoming fearful after what I'd experienced. "Dale!" The other parents looked up, hearing the jagged quality of my voice, and rose to see if everything was okay. I can't find my son," I told them, and they told me not to panic as we searched the structure. My wife came walking up just as I started getting frantic, and she must have sensed my concern as she caught sight of me. She called the police then, and as I ran to check the woods, I heard her say that hateful phrase for the first time. "Our son's gone missing. Please send help." Half an hour later, 2 cars pulled up and a couple of officers came to render assistance. I had searched behind the flats, in the scraggy woods nearby, around the little retention pond that I always told Dale to keep away from, and was just about to start knocking on doors when I saw them. They wanted to talk to me being the last to see Dale, and the officer in charge sent 2 of his men to check nearby houses as they asked me questions for the next few minutes. Where had I seen him? What was he wearing? Was there anyone suspicious around? Who were his mates? Where might he have gone off to? Did he run away often? And all the time they assured me that they would find him, and not to panic. I answered their questions honestly, but I knew that he couldn't have left the play park. Dale was small for his age. I told them so, and despite all my misgivings with the flat we lived in, they had done one thing that I thanked them for. The clasp on the gate was too heavy for a little tyke to push up. Dale had struggled with it before, but I knew he couldn't have left without help. The other parents said they hadn't seen him come out or seen anyone lurking around the playground that day. So the police searched. They searched the play park, the surrounding flats, the woods, and the whole area, basically retreading the ground I had already walked. As night began to fall, they called in more officers and began to canvass the wider area. My wife and I were distraught. Dale was our first and only child, but as the day stretched on, it seemed less and less likely that they would find him. I'm not ashamed to say that I took Dale's disappearance poorly. My wife was stoic through it all, but I knew she was hurting. He was her baby, and she had carried him for 9 months, but I think she held a lot of her sorrow in because she saw me floundering. I became like a ghost in my own home. Eventually I went back to work, but my performance suffered. It only takes a little effort to load things onto a truck, but I was falling behind, missing quotas, and making trucks late. The supervisor was a mate from primary school, fortunately for me, and he saw that I wasn't doing well. He suggested counseling and told me it might help, but I didn't want to tell some stranger about my problems. A year passed, my wife and I growing distant as the days went by, and as the anniversary of Dale's disappearance drew closer, I finally really screwed things up at work. I can't even say that it wasn't my fault, because it absolutely was. I was operating a lift, something I'd done since I got certified at 19, and as I backed out with a load, I hit a riser. It wasn't a hard hit, just a bump really, but the legs on that particular riser, as it turned out, were getting ready to give way. The riser collapsed in spectacular fashion, and when it fell on one of my co-workers. He lived. They managed to get the pallets off of him before they crushed him, but it broke his collarbone, and he had to be hospitalized. My supervisor was furious, but I could tell he was trying to hold back in the face of my sincere grief. I'm recommending you take a couple of weeks unpaid leave. If it were anyone else, I'd hand them their walking papers here and now, but I know you need help more than you need a trip to the unemployment line. Take these 2 weeks, sort your life out, and return to work. If this happens again, mate, I ain't gonna have a choice. I couldn't look at him. His pity was worse than his anger, and I knew I needed to do something. I nodded, mumbling a thank you, and he showed me out of his office. I walked around for the rest of the night, trying to figure out what I was going to tell my wife, and finding nothing. She would be mad, probably mad enough to push her to leave me. But as the sun started to peek over the horizon, I knew there wasn't much else I could do. She was just as mad as I'd thought she'd be, but her pity was just as hard to look at as my supervisor's had been. He's gone. Dale is gone, and making yourself a martyr over it won't change the fact. You still have insurance. Get some counseling. Figure this out. I need you back. Not just back at work, but back here. I miss him too, but digging into these wounds won't make it any better. Get some help, for both our sakes. There was something unsaid beneath that statement, and I understood it, but wasn't sure what to do about it. I spent the next 4 days in a blackout state. I had found my therapy at the bottom of a bottle, something I had avoided up to that point. With no job to go to, I just stayed at home and drank my pain away. My wife's patience finally ran out. After 2 days of watching me hunker on the couch like a sot, she told me she was going to see her mother for a few days, and suggested I sort myself out while she was gone. If I come home and you're still like this, I can't promise I'll be back for long. Once she was gone, I spent most of my day in a fermented haze. That's how, on the 5th day, I found myself buzzed and sitting on the same bench I had been on when I told Dale we needed to leave. It was early afternoon, and the play park was empty, thank God. It wasn't the first time I had just come to sit here, and the other parents often found excuses to leave with their kids when I came to wallow in my grief. I was the sad father who came back to the place he'd suffered most, and I really hoped the park had been empty when I got here. Even in my current state, I didn't want anyone to see me like this. It was embarrassing, and it might frighten some of the children if I came weaving into the park smelling like a distillery. I was staring at the play structure, thinking to myself that it might be time to get some help after all. When I first saw it, it was just 8 words, but those 8 words sobered me up faster than any cold shower ever could. On the side of the slide, in rough marker, someone had written, "Where have you gone, Daddy? I miss you." I just sat there, staring for what felt like an eternity, and as the tears came, the alcohol came up as well. My tears fell nakedly into the pile of sick that sat between my legs, and as the rage bubbled up in me, it felt like they were almost burned away. Someone was mocking me, mocking my son's loss, and as I staggered towards the super's office, I was madder than I had any right to be. Mr. Vidner, the super for the complex, always reminded me of one of the hobbits from The Lord of the Rings. He was short, fat, had a curly brown ring of hair around the bald spot on his crown that got bigger every year, and when he sat at his desk, it was like a child sitting in his father's chair. He nearly fell out of that chair when I slammed his office door, his expression of confused anger becoming one of confused fear as he looked on my face. He was a small man, and the sight of a large, angry drunk in his office reminded him of his stature rather quickly. "Someone has written hateful graffiti on your play park, and I want to know what you intend to do about it." He took a minute or two to collect his thoughts before asking what the hell I was talking about. I took him out to have a look, leading him to the slide in question, and he looked taken aback as he read the words. "Who would do such a thing?" he asked, more to himself than anyone. The way he side-eyed me, I could tell he thought I might have done it myself, but one look at my face made him rethink it before he said it. "I'll take care of it immediately, Mr. Dawes. In the meantime, why don't you go get some rest? You look under the weather." He had the decency not to call me a drunk out in the open, and I conceded the matter as I went home to sober up a little. As night began to fall, some undetermined amount of time later, I sat up from the couch and listened to the 5 or 6 stout cans rattle angrily to the floor. By the headache and the mealy taste in my mouth, I had not gone home and sobered up. As I moved into the kitchen to make something for dinner, I remembered the words on the slide and felt angry all over again. As the meat pie I had taken out of the freezer spun in the microwave, I wondered if Vidner had taken care of it like he said he would. I wondered if he'd painted over it or washed it away or how he had done it. Were the words still sitting there on that slide? As the microwave dinged, I resolved to go find out, and took my pie and plastic fork on a little field trip. I watched the steam roll off the top as I walked down to the little park, the night air alive with crickets and night birds. It would have been pretty if I hadn't been in such despair. The trees were losing their autumn leaves, becoming bare and skeletal, and the air was crisp enough to make my undershirt unadvisable. My bare feet slapped at the concrete as I walked away from my flat, and the closer I got, the better the view of the offending slide. The words were gone, the pressure washer having left the slide a little lighter for its effort, but as I came through the gate, I saw that something else had been added to the side of the structure. It looked like the same marker strokes, the handwriting big and childish, and as I read it, I felt a growl rumble in my throat. I saw you today, Daddy. I saw you, but you didn't see me. I looked around as the wind rattled the nearby tree, expecting to see a group of snickering youths as they watched me. This had teenagers written all over it, and as the pie slipped out of my hand, I loosed my shout at the sky. Why? Why did they devil me like this? Was this a game to them? When I was a kid, we would never have done something like this to anyone, let alone a grieving father. The dark offered up no answers, but the side of the play park did when I turned back. Beneath the first message, another, smaller message was written in the same childish scrawl. The longer I looked at it, the more I recognized it. How many times had I watched my son scribble words in his reader just that way, filling in the workbook pages in big, looping script as he prepared to go to kindergarten. Daddy, I can see you, but you can't see me. Please help me. It's scary here. I hunkered on my knees in the sand, looking at the words as I ran my fingers over them. They looked just like his, and as I felt a splinter catch in the pad of my thumb, I pulled it back sharply. There was no way he could be here. There was no way that he could have been hiding here for a year. But as I watched the playset, I had no doubt that he had written those words. Dale, I said, my voice quavery as I glanced into the shadowy depths of the playground. Dale, I shouted a little louder, casting around as I tried to find him. I walked around to the other side, stumbling in the gritty sand as it sucked at my feet. My head was full of rails, and my words slurred even to my own ears. There were doubtlessly people looking down through their curtains at me as I capered like a sot drunk, but I didn't care. My boy was here. He was here somewhere, and I needed to find him. I tripped then, going face down in the sand, and when I came up, I saw a new message on the wet-looking plasterwood. It was hard to see in the shadows that I sat in, but as I got closer, I put my trembling fingers on it to make sure it was real. My fingers came away tacky, the tips black as if they had touched wet marker. I need you to come get me, Daddy. I'm stuck in the sad swamps, and I need help. Excuse me, sir. Everything all right here? As their flashlights hit me, I squinted, but the words were like a brand across my eyes. The sad swamps was what Dale called the swamps of sorrow from his favorite movie, The Never-Ending Story. We had watched it about 1,000 times, and when the VHS that I had owned as a kid finally broke in the VCR, we had searched for it on DVD until we found it at a local thrift store. He watched it every day before his afternoon nap, and I imagined that he could just about quote it word for word. Seeing the words sad swamps made me certain that it was Dale talking. But how? How could he be talking to me from... The light was right in my face now, and I pulled up a hand to block it. Some of your neighbors were worried. You were faring poorly, Mr. Dawes. They heard you shouting and wanted us to come check on you. They were being kind. It seemed that everyone was being kind these days to poor old drunk Mr. Dawes. But I didn't have time for them. I'd seen something under the edge of the play park, half a word that was buried in the shadows. It was his latest message, and as I staggered towards it a little, I hoped it would tell me how to get to him. What happened? One of them asked in his jovial tone as he leaned down. Why flock you out after you came home snookered? Well, we can get you a place to sleep it off, sir. Never... He had put a hand on my shoulder, but I pulled away from him as I tried to see the words that were written beneath the structure. It was just 6 words, but I couldn't see the last one, and the last one seemed very important. The police grabbed a hold of me, but I fought to get away as I tried to see that last word. I got as close as I could, both catching me under an arm as they pulled me away from the structure, and finally I saw it. I repeated it again and again as they put me in the back of the car, all the fight out of me now, wanting to commit it to memory before my drink-addled brain made a muck of it. We'll phone the missus and let her know that she can pick you up in the tank, Mr. Dawes. If she don't wanna, then I guess you're sobering up on a bench for the night, so long as you don't try any more of that." I ignored them as we left the parking lot, my flat disappearing behind us as I repeated those 6 words like a mantra. Look for me inside the cave. The police hadn't been wrong. My wife was livid. She came down to the station, her clothes clearly thrown on hastily, and glowered at me through the bars of the holding cell. It was just me in there with a few old gaffers, and they were snoring in a corner as I slouched on the bench. I was still imprinting those words on my brain, mumbling them like a magic spell, when I heard her voice and looked up into her scowling face. "I can't believe you've done this. It isn't enough that you get sent home from work, that you do nothing but blunder around like an old tramp, and that you won't get any help for yourself. But now you go and get yourself tossed in the drunk tank. I'm done, Malcolm. Do you understand me? This is the last straw. I won't stay here and watch you destroy yourself." "He's alive," I rasped out, and when she looked back at me, I saw all the anger leak out of her, only to be replaced with pity. "I miss him too, just as much as you do, but you have to let him go. It's been a year, Malcolm. He's not coming home. It wasn't your fault what happened to him. You have to stop blaming yourself for this. He's been leaving me messages at the play park, Stephanie. I can prove it. Come with me and I'll show you. We can find him. We can be a family again. We can—" But she cut me off with the first sob I'd heard from her in months. "I'm leaving, Malcolm. When they release you in the morning, don't call me. Go back to the flat. Go to your mother's house. Go to hell for all I care. I can't watch you do this anymore." She left me there with the other drunks, but I'd already decided what I had to do. They turned me loose in the morning, and after a brisk walk home, I got the things I'd need. I brought a torch, some string, and a big hunting knife I'd had since I was a teenager, and set off for the play park. It was early morning, and I had the place to myself, save for the pigeons still gobbling at my spilled pie remains. I didn't see any new graffiti, but I didn't need any. I knew where Dale was, and as I got on my hands and knees, I crawled around the playground and into the cave. Even in my assuredness, I felt foolish as I moved into the cave. It was dark, but I could still see the light streaming in from the other side. I didn't feel that same sense of foreboding like I had before. No sense of monsters coming to gobble me up, and I turned on the torch as I checked out the corners. The cave was a box of 4 walls with a roof of thick plastic overhead, and I should have been able to see all 4 walls. 3 of the walls were normal enough, but as I looked to the west-facing wall, I was aware of another opening that led into a space that shouldn't exist. An opening between that led into deeper darkness. As my torch turned against the encroaching blackness, I turned my body in a ponderous circle and started crawling into it. If I meant to get my son back, I would need to hobble into the sad swamp and come out the other side. In contrast to the dark cave behind me, the space I entered was pitch black. The edges of my light curled oddly, the darkness seeming to retreat around the edges like felt as I moved in deeper. I wasn't underground. I was still heading forward, but given the dimensions of the play structure, the place I crawled shouldn't exist. The length was wrong. The longer I crawled, the more I expected to wake up and find that I had fallen asleep in the drunk tank. The space was cramped, but felt vast as it stretched on. It was like an abandoned underground cave, the claustrophobic passage threatening to collapse on me at any minute. Besides being black dark, it was also utterly silent. Besides the crunch of my knees as they moved over the sand, no other sounds seemed to exist. My own labored breathing seemed to be absorbed by that thick midnight around me, and every painful drag of my body sent a spasm of need through me. It was a primal need, a need to stand at my full height and stretch my arms up, a way to dissipate the confining gloom that hung around me. The same part of my brain made it pretty clear, however, how bad an idea that would be. What if my hands should pass into that darkness and never return? What if the darkness came back with the hand? I kept crawling into that inky soup, wondering if I would simply wander here forever. It was pitch outside the protective beam of my torch, and with every struggling shuffle, I wondered why I didn't turn around and go back. Nothing could survive down here. Nothing could live in this pitch blackness. If I didn't go back now, I'd never find my way out, and be forced to wander endlessly in this void until my torch went out. And then what? I knew I wasn't alone when I heard the soft scuff of feet on sand. I looked into the black expanse, expecting to see the beast that had terrified me the last time I found myself in this nothing. The beam of my torch didn't go very far. At the end of the light, I could hear the scuff of bare feet on sand, though. Something was coming towards me, and I wasn't sure what I was hoping to find. Would it be my son, or would it be a monster to end my journey? When a dirty, half-starved little boy buried me in a hug that circled my shoulders, I knew I'd found him. "Dale?" I whispered, but he could only nod and cry against me. I didn't waste time or breath. I just scooped him up and didn't stop moving until I was back in the lighted world of the play park. As we moved, I could feel that clawing, penetrating glare from behind me. Something had noticed I was taking its prize, and they were unhappy. I kept crawling, kept pulling, but I could hear those scrabbling feet as they kicked up sand. They were getting closer now, their growl loud and thunderous, and on a whim, I turned my torch on them. Bathed in the light, they yelped wildly and kicked up sand as they backpedaled. I didn't dare look back to see what was tailing me. I put on a burst of speed, crawling like our lives depended on it, and when I collapsed in the light of day, I was aware of people shouting at me to get out of there. Their kids were asking who I was and why I was so dirty, but they must have thought I was a bum. When they saw Dale, they tried to take him from me, but I held on like my life depended on it. And when they finally recognized us, I heard their anger turn to surprise. They took us both to the hospital, and I'm glad to say that aside from being underfed and very dirty, Dale was completely fine. My wife came to the hospital, and we both cried as she apologized for doubting me. I refused it, telling her she had nothing to apologize for. I doubted myself. I fell into the bottle and nearly lost myself in my grief. I should be apologizing to you for putting you through this for the last year. She sat with me at the hospital, both of us afraid to take our eyes off Dale as he sat placidly in his hospital bed. I asked him about what he had gone through, but he couldn't tell me much. He said that he got lost in the cave, and he crawled and crawled until he came out in the play park again. Only it wasn't his play park. The play park he found was different, and me and his friends were gone. The sky was sort of purple, and the clouds were too thick-looking to be real. I couldn't get the gate open, but that was probably good. There were these big things that would come by like living shadows, and they would look at me like I was an animal in the zoo. I drank some water from a gross puddle, but there was no food. Sometimes I went to sleep in the cave, but I always felt like something was watching me in there. It never tried to hurt me, but it always felt like I was hiding and waiting for someone to catch me. I thought I was going to starve before I heard you breathing in the cave. I had to run away to get away from some shadow people who were looking for me, and I heard you down there and went to see what the sound was. I asked him about the messages, and he said he had found some kind of marker in the sand over there, and that was about the time he started seeing a shadow inside the play park. I knew it was you. Somehow I just knew it was you, but you couldn't see me. So I started writing messages, hoping you would see them. I guess you found them. The The strangest part is that Dale swears he was only there for a week. He says he kept going back into the cave, but he only slept a few times while he was away. What's more, the doctors say he doesn't appear to have grown in the time he was gone. His dental records and growth structure are the same as when he had a checkup about a month before he disappeared. I'm glad to have Dale back, but I don't let him play in the cave anymore. We still visit the play park, and I still let him slide on the slides and run on the structure like he used to, but he's forbidden to go underneath anymore. It's a rule he doesn't mind following, lest he get lost in those dark tunnels for a second time.
Titus hovered over his laptop as he tried to find the words. He'd been at a standstill for weeks, and he needed to get it finished so he could... What exactly? So he could send it in and receive his latest rejection letter? He'd been writing for years. After he'd been laid off thanks to the pandemic, he'd written twice as much as he usually did. All it ever seemed to net him, though, was rejection. His wife was being patient about it, but as the bills racked up and the money coming in barely fed their family, he could tell that his joblessness was getting to her. Everything would be better if he could just get his hands on some money. If he could just finish this book, he knew it would get his life back on track. The idea had been brewing for years, but it was finally coming together. Forests of Ellenmore would be an earmark in great fantasy stories. There was action, intrigue, forbidden love, warring nations, and a believable magic system. It was so different from the Drek currently on the market. He knew it would be a bestseller, if only he could finish it. The computer chimed, drawing his attention from his passion project. Titus sighed as he glanced at the new email. Probably another late notice, or a message about his account being overdrawn. The sender was unfamiliar, though. A company named Libris Talent had a special offer just for him. Titus started to delete it, but something stopped him. Something nagged at him to open it. Maybe it was a life-changing offer he'd been waiting for. After some internal struggle, he decided to open it, wanting to see what sort of ridiculous offer they had made for him. He thought it was probably a sales pitch for a magazine subscription, knowing his luck, and prepared to be underwhelmed. As Titus read, though, he felt his eyebrows go up. This was a little more than a magazine subscription. Dear Mr. Harrow, we at Libris Talent have been following your recent hardships with great interest. We understand that times are hard just now, and we'd like to reach out a helping hand to struggling writers like yourself. We want to extend the chance to sell your talent to Libris Talent. We pay top dollar for talented individuals, and we would love to add your talent to our company's ever-growing pool. We look forward to your visit. See you soon, Mr. P. Seraph. There was a phone number at the bottom of the email, along with an address for Libris Talent. Titus looked at it for a moment, rereading the email, before closing it and starting his story again. Just as he'd thought, it was some sort of scam company trying to take advantage of people in the current climate. Titus started writing again, erasing more than he kept, but he found himself coming back to that email again and again. What sort of talent were they looking for? Were they offering work? Were they looking to represent him, maybe? The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. He could use the money, and if he didn't like what they had to say, he could always refuse. Titus reopened the email, and after Googling the address, he closed his laptop. The sooner he talked to them, the sooner he could get back to work. The address had not led him to a rundown strip mall, as he suspected it would, but to an elegant office building. It was clean, well-maintained, with a large sign over the door declaring it to be Libris Talent. This place looked more like a law firm than a fly-by-night operation, and Titus rechecked the address to make sure he had entered it correctly. Once he was sure that he had the right place, Titus stepped inside and was welcomed by a deep chime overhead. He was suddenly overcome with a strange sense of vertigo as he entered the lobby and grabbed the doorframe to steady himself. The starkness of the room shocked him at first glance, and the walls had a strange sort of depth to them that seemed bottomless. It hurt his head to look at them for too long, so he turned his focus on the rest of the room. There were no chairs, though, no love seats to mar the illusion, only a reception desk with a smiling woman manning it. Her smile was a trifle unsettling. Titus became worried that it might extend all the way back and slice the top of her head off just above the ears. "Greetings, Mr. Harrow. Go right ahead. Mr. Seraph's been expecting you," she said, pointing to a door behind the desk. Titus was suddenly hesitant. "How did you know who I was?
"We've been expecting you," she said, still flashing that brilliantly unsettling grin. "Go ahead, sir. It's no good keeping Mr. Seraph waiting." Titus wanted to question her further about the mysterious Mr. Seraph, but felt it might be safer to just do as she said. She had turned that smile away from him, returning to her work, and he was left with no option but to proceed or leave. He walked into the hallway, lined with identical white doors that bore little name plaques. The hallway seemed to go on much farther than the outside of the building would have led him to believe, and Titus wondered if it were some sort of illusion. As he walked, he thought he could hear strange sounds coming from behind some of the doors, but it made him feel uncomfortable to linger outside for too long. He walked until he found Mr. Seraph's door and knocked. He was invited into an office as stark as the lobby. Mr. Seraph, it seemed, was a minimalist, and his office contained a desk, 2 chairs, and a black book with a handsome silver pen sitting inside of a holder. It had none of the photos or clutter common to a working man's desk, and Titus found this as odd as the office itself. Mr. Seraph was a well-kept man who looked about 30, his blonde hair curtaining his face in a European style, as meticulous as his white suit. When he smiled, Titus suddenly felt the urge to run. His too wide grin reminded Titus of the Cheshire Cat, his 2 big eyes reminding him of the big bad wolf. Titus was suddenly very afraid of being gobbled up, bones and all. If Mr. Seraph noticed his discomfort, it didn't seem to bother him. "Ah, Mr. Harrow, thank you for coming. Please, have a seat." Titus sat without really meaning to. The man's voice compelled him with its dulcet tones, and it made him forget about his unease for the millisecond it took him to plant his rump. This also put him at eye level with the strange book, and Titus felt his eyes drawn to it as it hunkered on the desk. Titus almost imagined he could see it breathing, watching him, liking him so close, so it might suddenly leap out and, "I trust you found the office easily. It wasn't likely to be what you expected, I'd wager." How did you know that I'd come?" Titus stammered, dragging his eyes off the strange book. "Oh, we've been assessing your talent for quite some time. We feel it could use a more ambitious hand, someone likely to make better use of it. We would like to utilize your talent, as we do with many unambitious individuals. You will be compensated, of course. Times are hard, and a man with no job has to feed his family somehow. What do you say? Do we have a deal?" he purred, putting the bait out like a talented angler. Titus, however, was wary. This smiling man seemed to know all about him, but Titus knew nothing about who he was or what he expected. Who the hell was this guy? He was certain he'd never seen anyone like this before, but somehow he knew all about Titus. How long had he been watching him? Why was he so interested in his talent, as he called it? "How is it that you know so much about me, but I've never seen you before in my life?" "Oh, we know a lot about you, Mr. Harrow. We know you've been out of work for almost a year. We know your wife has become the sole breadwinner for the household and is barely getting by. We know you're in a great amount of debt. We also know that the debt is likely to get deeper without a miracle or untimely access to your life insurance." Titus started to become indignant, but Mr. Seraph put up a hand. "But that is behind you now. With the money we intend to pay you for your considerable talent, you can live the life of a free man once again. Take back what was stolen from you. Clean the slate. A fresh start. What do you say?" Suddenly there was a check in Mr. Seraph's left hand and a pen in his right. Titus could see $20,000 scrawled on the value line and felt his anger disappearing. With that kind of money, he could settle his debts. He could survive until this pandemic was over if he was careful. He could get out from under the funk he'd been squashed beneath for so long. The black book was open between them. When had that happened? It seemed to be waiting, greedily longing for his signature. For his talent. Titus took up the pen shakily, a sweaty hand taking the check and stuffing it into his pocket. He signed his name on the rough top sheet of the book. As his name lay across the pages, he tried to pull his hand back, but it was outside his control now. It moved furiously, the words spilling from the pen across the page. Pages became sentences, paragraphs, chapters, and finally, whole novels, as Titus only watched in horror. The pages riffled, turning, accepting his ink, accepting his talent, and Titus screamed and begged for it to stop. His hand, however, gave away all he had and more. The pages swallowed it all, swelling to a monstrous size as he wrote. Titus didn't know how much he had in him, and soon the ink began to trickle from the page like an oozing wound. It pooled around him, rising like a tide, and he saw Mr. Seraph's smile disappear beneath the liquid tar before his vision was covered in murk. Even as he descended into blackness, he wrote. He awoke on the couch, breathing heavily, the evening news just finishing up. In entertainment news, it looks like fans of Mark Daniels will have something to celebrate soon. He tweeted today that he's began a new novel, Tribes of Ellenmore. Fans of his talented writing, such as myself, can't wait. Titus shuddered. That was his book. His story. Not anymore, though, it seemed. It was gone now. And as he sat on the couch, he tried to remember. He couldn't even think of what it had been about, though. It had been a fantasy story set in somewhere. There had been elves. It was gone, though. It was all gone. Titus remembered the pages upon pages in the black book and wondered if it was the only thing that was gone. He felt something in his pocket and reached in to find the crumpled check. Paid to Titus Harrow, $20,000. On the memo line, it said, "For your talent." Titus now suspected that this transaction had been more Faustian than he had believed. As the check said, Mr. Seraph had purchased more than a book. He had purchased his talent. He felt tears slide down his face as he came to realize what he had sold. In the end, it might have been less painful to sell his soul than his talent. Dr. Pamela Winters found the man in her office when she returned from lunch. This wasn't uncommon. Juliet often let her clients in to wait. But the man in the cast-off clothes who was sitting across from her desk wasn't one of Dr. Winters' usual patients. He was young, 20 or 21, and had a vacant look about him that made her think that he might have recently been in an accident. She expected him to be dim, his speech slurred or hurried, but as he explained himself, she could almost hear the money that had gone into his education. He may have looked like a bum, but he spoke like a Harvard grad. "I do hope you'll excuse me for barging in without an appointment, but I really need your help." "I'd be glad to help you with whatever it is you have going on. If you'll step back out into the waiting room and fill out a few forms so we can—" He cut her off with a look that made her rethink her earlier assessment. The look had been cold, calculating, and was clearly something that the now smiling youth had been unaware that he'd done. "That may be difficult," he said after a few confused seconds, "since I can't remember who I am." Dr. Winters blinked, confused as to what he thought she could do. She'd helped people with their problems, true, but how did she help someone who doesn't know what his problem is? Also, this was a clinic for forgetting, and Winter had never helped anyone try to remember. Interesting. You do realize this is a forgetfulness clinic. The man shrugged. "Well, if you can make me forget, then remembering shouldn't be that hard, should it?" Winter nodded, putting her back to the man as she fixed tea in a nearby alcove. "I hate to be that person, but this isn't exactly a charity. Without insurance, or even a name, how do you intend to pay for your session today?" "Please," he said, almost begging, "I have no memory before the day before yesterday when I woke up in a hospital bed. Someone had found me beside a road in the mountains with no identification. All I have are these flashes of something dark, and I feel like if I don't find out what they are, then something terrible may happen. When I saw you on television this morning, I knew you could help me. You've helped so many, and I just know that you can help me discover who I am and why I went to the mountains." Winter almost rolled her eyes. That damn television slot. She had fought against the idea for months before Jessica Parker, the host of Celebrities in Our Neighborhood for the local 9, had finally convinced her to be on the show. What had followed was an hour of having her craft put on public display for every yahoo with a basic cable package. Winter told them about the work she'd done through regression, helping patients through their trauma, through forgetfulness, about her practice, and where potential clients could find her. The conversation inevitably turned to Megan Birch, the amnesia victim whose identity was resolved after 3 weeks of sessions with Winter, which was doubtless what had brought this fellow here today. Megan Birch had been good for business, but now it appeared that Winter would have to deal with these sorts of people now that she was famous. When her parents had brought her in, Winter hadn't known what she could do for the girl. They had found her unconscious behind the house, and after taking her to the hospital, it was discovered that she had amnesia. They had brought her to Winter after a long string of doctors that could do little to help her memory loss. Her mother, having read about Dr. Winter's forgetfulness clinic in the paper, had thought maybe she could do something. Winter had, indeed, done something, and Matthew Birch, the governor's right-hand man, had discovered that his brother had been using the shed on the edge of his property to hide drugs with the intent to sell. Megan had seen him there, and he'd chased and caught her before slamming her head against a tree and knocking her unconscious. Winter had spent some time untangling the memories, and when Megan had told her father what he'd seen, he'd gone to the police, and his brother had admitted the whole thing. He had turned out to be running drugs for a motorcycle gang to pay off a gambling debt, since no one would expect the brother of such an important person to be on their payroll. Now, Winter was a local celebrity for helping the family and bringing the girl's uncle to justice. Now, it appeared, Winter would have to deal with horse crap like this from everyone who thinks she can untangle their memories. "I suppose we can try," she said, passing him a cup of steaming tea. "Take this. I find it helps when remembering." The man looked at the tea and smirked. "Ginseng?" he asked as he took a sip. "Winter cherry," Winter corrected, "among other things. Now I want you to close your eyes and focus on something you can remember. It could be anything. A smell, a taste, a sound, a picture, just something to anchor you to your last memory." The man closed his eyes and screwed up his face, trying to remember things that he had forgotten. After a few minutes, he peeked a little, smiling mischievously. "I'm not really coming up with anything." Winter sighed, checking her watch before trying to think of a solution. She had an appointment in 45 minutes, a client that she couldn't turn away. This guy's story was interesting, but these sessions could take hours, and she just didn't have the time to give. He closed his eyes again, almost strained as he tried to remember, but Winter had already decided to tell him to make an appointment with Juliet. He would make it, not show up, and then her time would stop being wasted. "I remember eyes." Winter looked back, her thoughts a little lost. Eyes? His eyes were closed, his face slack and at ease, but beneath his lids, Winter thought she could see his eyes jittering frantically. They were round, like two moons, with a dark pit in their middle. They're staring at me from a place, a dark place. As I watch, they get closer and closer, swimming up towards me until I smell something burning and blink. His eyes scrunched up in confusion, but when he took another sip of tea, Winter knew he wasn't completely gone. Drinking it was fine, but most of what she wanted was the steam. It would waft the scent in his face, forcing him to remember what he'd forgotten as it clouded his mind with the combination of winter cherry, ginseng, and something else that might remind him of burning. "I remember smelling something burning." He was young, he believed. He remembered chairs being below eye level, and guessed he might have been 4 or 5. Something was burning, and he followed the smell into the kitchen. It was dinner. Dinner was burning. Smoke was billowing out of the oven, but that wasn't the worst thing waiting in the kitchen. He could see the woman laying as she was bleeding on the marble floor, dressed in a plain gray servant's uniform that was getting ruined by the blood leaking out of her head. A small wire had been strung across the entrance, and from the stain on the edge of the island, it seemed that she had fallen and hit her head. As other servants came running in, he heard a snicker from the edge of the doorway, just out of sight as he peeked at the chaos. He turned to see a boy crouching there. A boy he recognized, though it gave him an odd sense of vertigo to look at him. When he looked at him, the boy realized he knew the other, and as he blacked out, he took his realization with him. "How do you know him?" Winter asked. "Is he a friend of yours?" "He was me," the man almost whispered. "But when he turned to look at me, he had yellow eyes, like the ones I saw looking out from the darkness. I blacked out after I saw him, and I can't remember anything after that." Dr. Winter drank her own tea, taken off guard by what she was hearing. Was he schizophrenic? Did he have a twin? Was this some sort of repression? An out-of-body experience? Winter really hoped he was just telling her about a dream he'd had, or was maybe making things up and he'd slip at some point. "What else do you remember?" Winter asked, watching him as his eyes jittered behind his lids. She was a little afraid he might drop the cup in his theatrics before he took another small sip. "There's a smoky smell. Something's on fire." He was looking up at the treehouse, the smoke billowing out in thick black clouds. He was holding something in his hand, the plastic warm against his fingers, and he looked down to see a lighter held in his childish hands. Had he done this? Had he lit the treehouse on fire? He tossed the lighter away, not wanting to touch it, and that's when he noticed the boy beside him. The boy he knew was him. When the yellow-eyed boy looked at him, he could see that he was holding something too. It was a penknife, and the remains of a rope ladder. "Harold!" He looked up and could see 3 sooty faces looking down to the little square in the floor of the wooden house. Their eyes looked like horses' eyes when they've smelled a fire in the field. They were unsure, their mortality at hand before their time. They called to him, calling him Harold, and as they yelled down, he saw the yellow-eyed boy grinning like a maniac. He reveled in their pain, wallowed in their fear, and he felt himself shaking in fear. "Help us, Harold! Go get help!" someone screamed, and he looked up in time to see someone falling out of the square and hitting the ground. He could tell by the sound of the fall that they had broken something. They groaned as they lay there, their leg visibly broken as the bone jutted from the skin. They reached up for him, trying to get his help, but the hand came towards the yellow-eyed boy instead. The boy grinned at him, drinking in his suffering, before turning and stalking off into the woods. They called after him, wanting his help, but he ignored them. Winter didn't get the cold chill that she often read in these stories like this. The man was admitting to murdering other children, but it was a little too theatrical for her. He opened his eyes, looking for all the world like a scared rabbit that's just discovered a fox den under his burrow. "That's the first time I've heard any kind of name associated with me since I woke up. I'm a little scared, though, Doc. Are these real memories? Did I do these things?" Winter shrugged. "Who's to say? Memories are never concrete, and many of them are tainted by the time in which we lived them. Does the name help your recollection?" He closed his eyes, and Winter was a little put off by the way his eyes jittered again. It was unnatural. She'd seen people relive their memories before, but this was different. She felt as if she could almost see those eyes behind the lids, and if she could see them, Winter wondered if it would be the same yellow eyes the man kept talking about. Each memory seems to start with the smell of something burning. Now that I've seen one, the things I remember all seem to have that in common. "Do you have another?" Winter asked, pursing her lips as she watched the cup in his hand. Something wasn't right. This wasn't how it usually worked. "I remember smelling something burning just before a fire. Burning, and the smell of gasoline." The scarf had gone up like a bonfire, catching the bookshelf with little effort. The scarf had been soaked in gasoline, and it had irritated his skin as he wore it. Well, not Harold. Harold had never worn it. It had been the other, the yellow-eyed man. No longer a boy, They both now sat on the couch in a cluttered apartment. The couch was squashy, the springs poking Harold as he sat next to her. She was the wall between the two, the thing that separated them, though she wasn't very good at it. She was laying against the back of the couch, her head pillowed against the cushion as her mouth hung open bonelessly. Her eyes stared endlessly up towards the popcorn ceiling, taking it all in without blinking as the two men watched her. If there wasn't a syringe sticking out of her chest, she could have almost been napping. As the bonfire raged behind him, Harold got a good look at the man. He looked just like him. They could have been twins, but those eyes seemed to bore into his soul. They stared into his, the grin on his face looking absolutely insidious. He wanted to leave, wanted to flee before the fire could consume them both, but he was utterly unable to move. The two stared at each other, his vision swimming as the smoke stung his eyes, and when he blinked, he passed out. Winter sipped her tea, thinking about what he'd told her. She thought she might remember that one. A college student who had been burned to death in her dorm room. It had been very sad, but there was some who'd questioned it. The police had suspected that it might have been a murderer, trace amounts of accelerant found at the scene, but no one quite believed it. It was dropped after a few months, and nothing ever came of it. It seemed Harold here might know more than he was letting on. "How old were you when this happened?" she asked, making notes so she'd have something to give to the police later. Patient confidentiality only went so far. "I believe I was in college. I remember her a little. I think we had classes together, but I'm not absolutely certain." He still had his eyes closed as they jittered, Dr. Winters trying to ignore them. There was a lump forming in his throat as he spoke, his voice croaking as he tried to push it out. It bulged like a grotesque Adam's apple, rising and falling as he tried to get it out, and she knew that whatever was keeping his memories was coming to the surface. "Tell me about the yellow-eyed man." "He seems to revel in fires. The more I smell the smoke, the more I remember the times he appeared to do something wrong. I'm not sure if he's me or just looks like me, but he's doing these things in spite of my wishes, and I don't know what it means." He snorted suddenly, swallowing whatever was in his throat, and Winter wrinkled her nose. "What else do you remember?" Dr. Winter asked, getting up and crossing to the young man. His hair was greasy, but relatively clean, she reflected, as she rested her hand on it. He looked up at her as she began to work her fingers against his scalp, stroking the gray matter below as she tried to coax the memories out. "They say all that gray up there has no feeling," but as she stroked at the skin, she could hear the screams that vibrated through her fingertips, and could swear they were from that pulsing slush between his ears. Harold was in trouble. The yellow-eyed man, that leering boogeyman from his past, had killed another girl. He had sliced her up, and now Harold was running through the park, the police in hot pursuit. He had woken up in the park, the smell of a fire bringing him around as the logs burned low. Harold wasn't sure how he'd come to be here. He had fallen asleep in his dorm around noon, so he'd be fresh for his evening classes. But now he was in the park, sitting around the remains of an evening picnic. The checkered blanket he always used was set up, as was the wicker basket he often filled with food. The remains of the food sat around him, ants already moving in on the crumbs. But the blanket was stained with blood, as was the young woman leaning half in the bush next to the blanket. Harold looked at her, her head having painted the bush red after someone had smashed it with something. Harold had turned to throw up, not wanting to puke on the poor girl, and that was when the patrolman had come upon them. He likely thought he had found a little love nest, but as the flashlight fell on Harold, he saw someone else standing in the bush not too far away. The flashlight fell on the yellow-eyed man, the wine bottle in his hand still dripping blood, as he disappeared into the bushes. Harold had run after him, ignoring the police as they yelled at him to stop. He wanted to catch him, wanted to stop him, otherwise these officers would think that he had been the one to perpetrate these crimes. He got closer as he ran, gaining on the man as he tried to outrun him. He got close enough to grab his waistband, and when he did, he yanked him sideways before jumping onto him and rolling him into a nearby bush. The The two lay amidst the scrub bushes, face to face, as the yellow-eyed man leered at him knowingly. His bottle was gone, but Harold knew that he was still very dangerous. He thought about hitting him, about pummeling him into a pulp, but as he heard the policeman approaching, he closed his eyes and became very still instead. He could hold him, he told himself, and if they found them, then he could say that he had caught the murderer. If they didn't, well, Harold would still have him. They looked around for a few minutes before heading off, and when Harold opened his eyes, the yellow-eyed man was gone. He disappeared, wiggled free as I lay there. I don't know how he managed it, but his next words were a whimpered cry of agony. As he spoke, Winter had felt a twinge of something familiar beneath the surface, and so much of his story began to make sense. Her fingers flexed against his skull, her fingers feeling out the knots as she worked through the trauma, looking for something that could affirm her suspicions. He jittered a little, his eyes rolling up as they rumbled behind his eyelids. The yellow-eyed man grinned as he slunk out of Harold's dorm room, leaving a woman in his bed with her throat cut, the candles burning out on his nightstand. Harold chased the yellow-eyed man as he left a jogger behind on the trail, a cigarette smoldering in the grass. Harold was leaving his car in the middle of the road as he came to in the front seat, a dead body in the back, the smoke from the dented hood bringing him around. Winter growled a little, wanting to skip ahead, but it seemed like the wiring was off in Harold's head. He was a mess, his memories stumbling ahead from one moment to the next, and Winter became fairly certain his current state had something to do with this yellow-eyed creature. She fumbled through the flashes, picking up very little other than Harold's torments at the hands of this person, until she came to the end. Harold was shuddering as her fingers stopped their rifling, and his body sagged backwards in total relaxation. The girl, Megan Birch, had cried out as she finally came to the heart of the problem, so Winter had expected the same response. An almost orgasmic level of relaxation hadn't been it, but Winter would take what she could get. There was a real appointment sitting in the waiting room who would want to occupy that couch in 15 minutes, and unlike Harold Fortray, their bill was paid. "Tell me about the night your father called you to his office," she commanded, no longer intrigued by the mystery. "I was home on a break," he intoned, his words sounding like a sleepwalker's. "School was out for winter break, but I'd been home for a week before that." The paper had crumbled in his father's hand, the flames licking at it as the Zippo lit it aflame. He dropped it into the metal garbage can in his office, his eyes boring into Harold. Harold couldn't help but shudder as the smoke curled up from the can. The paper had been his father's will, the one that left everything to Harold when he died. "Why would you do that?" Harold had asked, the smoke rising from the can to tickle against his nose. "Because, Harold, I'm tired of cleaning up after your messes. Ever since you were a boy, I've had to clean up after you. I told myself that this was just a misunderstanding, that this was something you'd work out somehow, but I see now that isn't the case. After this girl they've found in your dorm room, I can't keep making excuses for you. I'm disowning you, Harold. You need help, but you're not going to get it at the ruination of me." The smoke curled up around his nostrils as the bundle of paper burned, and Harold felt himself sneeze. If his father noticed the change in his eyes when he opened them again, he didn't mention it. "You have until morning to leave the estate. You may take your things and your car, but that is all. You will forfeit any company stocks you have and give up any claim to the Forte name. From now on, you'll—" But he never finished. As Harold wrapped his hands around his father's throat, he found the words choked out. He watched his father's face turn ashen, then blue, then purple, and just as he was sure the old man would stop thrashing and trying to pry his fingers off, something hit the back of his head, and Harold fell down. He rolled his head around to look at the butler, who had worked in the house since before he was born, and passed out as the man looked down at him with a mask of fear and accomplishment. Winter released his head, letting it flop down as she took a few steps back. "Cute. The butler did it," she said, waiting for what she knew was coming next. "Then they dressed you in cast-off clothes and dumped you somewhere, hoping you were dead or had a concussion and wouldn't come back. The police would find you with no ID, and it would take you years to figure out who you were. I'm guessing when they bonked you, it screwed up your ability to get at this kid, didn't it?" The head came up slowly, like a puppet whose strings have been pulled by a skilled hand, and when his eyes came open, Winter was unsurprised to see that they were piss yellow. The veins in them stood out like an accusation. The corneas all but gone amidst the wash of yellow, and he grinned as he watched her. When he didn't receive the look of shock and horror that he'd been expecting, it seemed to confuse him, but he hid it well. "Quite astute for one of your kind," it fumbled, rising from the couch and taking a step towards her. "I suppose as thanks for helping me with this problem, I'll give you the honor of being another notch on my belt." He held the teacup up like a club, but when he looked at Winter, he took a step back in surprise. Winter didn't know what he saw in her eyes as she smirked at him, but it had certainly put some apprehension into his pissy orbs. "Oh, sweetie, you're so far out of your element that it isn't even funny. You're late in learning one of the great cosmic truths, but you'll have plenty of time to learn it when you return to whatever stinking pit birthed you. There's always a bigger fish." "Good afternoon, Mr. Fortray. This is Dr. Pamela Winters of Cashmere. I'm calling to let you know that I've found your son, Harold Fortray. He's told me a very interesting story, and admitted to a lot of things. A lot of very interesting things that the police might be very interested in." Winter smiled as the pompous jagoff started blustering, watching Harold snore as he lay on the couch. He looked so peaceful now, so weightless without all those secrets to weigh him down. He slept like a baby as his father blustered and rattled on the other end, but Winters had expected it. "No, sir. When I make a threat, you'll know it. If you'll let me continue, patient confidentiality finds me quite unable to tell the police anything we've discussed here. I've even fixed that troublesome little problem he's had." "How?" She smiled hugely, her white teeth gleaming in the harsh fluorescence of her office. "Mr. Fortray, making people forget is my job. He's quite cured now, and if he isn't, I'm sure you'll tell everyone who will listen what a shyster I am and run me out of town. You can come pick him up, take your heir back as bright and quick as he was before he went looking into the wrong holes as a child, but there's the matter of his bill." She listened a little more, nodding as Fortray's tone changed from skeptical to something like disbelief. They often thought it was too good to be true, and he would surely want to come look his gift horse in the mouth and inspect its teeth. "Come have a look at him. Take him home, and if he exhibits any strange behavior, I'll give you my private cell so you can call me, day or night. I don't believe that will be a problem, though." She listened to the old man a while longer, smiling as she listened to the thing she had yanked out of Harold rattle in the cabinet. "I'm very thorough, and forgetting is what we do here at this clinic."
I envy these kids nowadays. That probably makes me sound like an old fart, but they really do have a lot more options than we did when we were their age. My youngest is neurodivergent, while my oldest has ADHD, which is bad enough to sometimes give him terrible anxiety. We have any number of things around the house to help with said anxiety. Poppets, fidget spinners, fidget cubes, sensory blankets, you name it, and we probably have it somewhere. My youngest son picked them up early, and they seemed to help him cope with the stress that his autism often brought on. My oldest scoffed at the gadgets my son had, but he left them lying around, and my oldest started playing with them too. Now he doesn't go anywhere without his fidget cube,
and his hands seemed glued to it around test time. All I had when I was his age was a worry stone, and I probably worried away more than a quarry of them. So when my youngest left his Karmagami on the living room floor one afternoon, my first exposure to it wasn't exactly positive. If you're unaware of what those are, they're these little revolving toys that have different patterns on each of the faces. As you rotate it, the picture changes, and the transitioning images are supposed to be soothing. That, however, was not my initial reaction to them. He had left it in the living room floor beside the couch, right in a blind spot. So as I came around the corner one day, wanting to get a little lunch from the kitchen, I stepped down on the pokey end of the toy. After a few minutes of cursing and hopping around, I was ashamed to see that I had broken my son's new favorite sensory toy. I looked at the time and realized I only had about an hour to find a new one before he came home and had a fit. Quick trip to Walmart and $10 bought me an exact copy, but before I could leave, one of them caught my eye. It was a galaxy scene, the stars and nebulas giving me a strange, serene feeling. I decided to buy one for myself, feeling a little silly for wanting a kid's toy, but getting over it pretty quickly. As I sat at my desk and flipped through the scenes of open space, I felt a serenity I hadn't known since I was very young. I have a certain amount of anxiety myself, and the weird rotating thing soothed me when it all became too much. My wife rolled her eyes at me a little, but I noticed she wasn't in any hurry to get rid of her fidget cube either. So it sat on my desk, and there it was well used and well loved. At least, until recently. I've been working on a book for the last couple of years, and it was finally beginning to come together. It was polished. The test readers I'd let have a look at it said they couldn't wait for the next chapter, and I was excited to get the final draft to my editor after so long. As I edited it, the little toy became the object most often at hand. I would turn it over and over without thinking about it, the galaxy spinning as my tale spun itself closer and closer to completion. I was turning it as I worked my way through the last fourth of the book, when something besides the swirl of the heavens caught my eye. I looked down, seeing the corner of the starry sky, and then I saw something on the face that was not the Galileo space probe or a black hole. It was eyes. I dropped the thing in surprise, but I had definitely seen a pair of bloodshot eyes. I could swear the veins had pulsed a little, the pupils staring at me, and I had been so startled by the intrusion that I picked my feet up into my chair like I thought it might bite me. I reached down after a few seconds of sitting like that, feeling silly, and when I picked it back up, I could see the familiar black hole and space probe among the bed of stars. I shook it off, thinking I'd just been working too hard. Started flipping the little toy in my hand again. As the words began to fall comfortably into place, I forgot about the eyes. I put it off as an optical illusion. I kept spinning and spinning, stopping only to make edits or change something here and there, and I didn't think about it again until later that night. I was talking with my editor on the phone, telling her about my progress and playing with the Karmagami, when it happened again. I figured I've got about 10 more chapters before I'm done with the third draft. I think then I might be ready to pass it to the proofreader, so we can make it ready for publication. The absent-minded flipping was cathartic, my hands busy as my mind whirled over the things I still needed to do. I had to finish the second draft, get the cover art finished, get the final page count, and as I thought about it, my fingers flicked the little toy around and around. The spacescape spun faster and faster, the stars practically winking as I talked to Edith about the upcoming book. I'd forgotten about the eyes, chalking it up to stress, and the little thing hadn't been far from my hands since. "That's great, kid. If they're anything like the last pages you sent me, I can't wait to see them. Did you fix the problem you've been having with the third part?" "Yeah, I think so. I changed it so Mark and Ted move away while he kills Taylor. But the little toy had nearly slipped through my sweaty fingers, and I looked down to see the eyes staring up at me again. They were boring into me, judging me as they glared daggers into my Notre Dame t-shirt. As I watched the eyes, something emerged from the lower lip of the device, and I yelped as something bit me. I dropped the Karmagami and the phone I was talking on, looking down at my bleeding thumb as I shuddered on the couch. My wife and youngest son looked over at me, not sure what had happened, and I heard Edith from the floor asking what was going on. I reached for the phone, but my hands were shaking as the bite on my thumb bled. I apologized for the surprise, but the rest of my answer was a little less excited. When I felt my thumb throb, I looked down to find that the thing was back in my hand. I wanted to drop it, but I just couldn't make my hand release it. The space scene was back again. The eyes and teeth were gone, but my hands shook a little as I flipped through the pictures. I spoke absent-mindedly to Edith, but my eyes kept flicking down to the little puzzle toy. I expected to see the eyes again, but when the call ended, I let the phone slide down to the cushions and took the Karmagami in both hands again. "Boy," my wife said, "you sure are interested in that thing tonight." I nodded, but I felt a little cold as I kept flipping. My fingers felt crampy as I spun the image, unable to stop myself, and it no longer brought me the peace of mind that it once had. This was more like the feeling I used the device to forget, and the longer I held it, the more it made the emotions in me circle like a tornado. I had eyes only for the changing colors and patterns, and as they scrolled, I saw the depths of space open up, and the eyes returned to judge me. They swirled like galaxies all their own, the white orbs climbing up out of the depths of the void. The veins pulsed in the pale pools, beating to the tune of their own phantom heartbeat. I wanted to stop, but I was powerless as I saw that Cheshire Cat's smile oozing up as well. The teeth grinned wetly, drawing up at the corners as they ogled me. The teeth groaned like trees in a high wind, the mouth becoming a rictus as it continued to grow. The closer it came, the faster my hands moved. My fingers cramped, but they still worked as a blurry mechanism, faster and faster, closer and closer, the eyes and mouth rising from the void as my movements seemed to summon them into the world. I couldn't tell if I was leaning in closer or they were getting bigger, but the longer I turned it, the more it encompassed my whole existence. When someone suddenly covered the object in my hand, taking it away from me in one smooth motion, I was both relieved and infuriated. I was in bed, completely unsure of how I'd gotten there, with my wife looking down on me with concern. "I think you've played with your toy enough for one night," she said, taking it over to my desk and setting it down. I smiled at her, a single tear sliding down my face, but inside, I wanted to jump up and throttle her. For the first time in my life, I wanted to hit her. I wanted to slam her head against the desk until she stopped moving, and then I wanted to pick up that toy and start moving the pieces again. I railed against the feelings, but they kept surging forward like eels just below the surface. She must have seen something when she looked back, because she paused before coming back to bed. Her look was strange, almost fearful, but she settled as I adjusted my face into something more normal. "What's gotten into you lately?" she asked, coming to bed as I pulled myself back to reality. "Just working too much lately," I stuttered, getting up as I got into my pajamas. Even as I got ready, I couldn't help but glance at the Karmagami. It was just sitting there, calling to me, begging to be touched, but I turned away as I went to lay next to my wife. The urge to hurt her had passed, and as we settled into bed, I felt like my old self again. I just needed a little distance from my favorite worry stone, and as I drifted off, I made a mental note to just let it sit there tomorrow. I closed my eyes and opened them in a dream void. I was floating naked in space, a long umbilicus sprouting from my navel. I was drifting, moving towards the last thing I expected to find out there. It got bigger the closer I floated, and I expected that it would suddenly burst open and reveal a bright flash of light. Maybe this was where the eyes came drifting from, though I'd certainly never seen it on the stickered background of my fidget toy. The door was massive, roughly 20 feet tall, and it only got bigger the closer I got. As it loomed up before me, I suddenly found myself not wanting to sit in that shadow. I didn't understand how it still had a shadow. Did things have shadows in space? I didn't know, but I didn't want to come anywhere near this thing. As little say as I seemed to have in the matter. It opened suddenly, as I had expected, bathing my eyes in star-dazzling light. As I shaded my eyes to see what was coming through, I saw those glittering teeth as they opened wide and came down loudly around me. I came awake with a deep gasp, finding only my sleeping wife and the dark room. It was still on the desk then, that hateful pyramid, but I don't believe it stayed there long. When I woke up the next morning, my fingers ached, and I was already spinning the galaxies in my hand. My arms were shaking from exertion, the eyes and mouth already growing as they threatened to break the bonds of the Karmagami. I threw it away before I could think better of it, and when it burst against the wall, my wife snorted before falling back asleep. I just sat there for a moment, hands extended, not sure where I'd found the nerve. It was the last thing I had wanted to do, but now that it was star-strewn pieces on the ground, I felt more at peace than I had in days. It couldn't haunt me anymore, couldn't make my fingers cramp, my head ache, but even as I slid back under the covers, I could feel my fingers wanting to work the puzzle yet again. When I woke up and found it sitting on the desk, right where my wife had left it, I almost cried. Over the next few days, the little thing was my obsession, despite my better judgment. If I was awake, the little puzzle was spinning, spinning, spinning in my hands. My pages were forgotten, my family ignored. I couldn't help it. My mind was consumed by nothing so much as freeing whatever was trapped inside this thing, even though I was truly terrified of it. I would come to the precipice, the eyes ready to pop free of the canvas which held them, only to drop it before the snapping teeth could bite me. I would resist its pull for a few minutes, an hour at the most, but then I'd come to and find it in my hand yet again. My wife stopped nagging me about it after the second day, just sighing disgustedly anytime she saw me fiddling with it. At some point, she left to take the kids to school, and they didn't come back. I was aware of them the same way I was aware that every 8 hours I needed to eat, but I don't think it truly registered as something to be worried about. The phone was ignored, sometimes my body functions as well, and before long I was simply sitting on the living room floor in my own filth, my fingers rustling the drapes a little, as they worked the picture at an eye-watering pace. I'm in one of my little breaks now, the device thrown against the wall as I try to resist the urge to use it. I took the time to get this down, hoping it would find someone, anyone, who might be having a similar problem. Sometimes the things that bring us joy are also the thing that destroys us. I don't know what sort of otherworldly being resides in this hunk of plastic and adhesive pictures, but it gets closer and closer to being born every time I pick the Karmagami up. For your own sake, if you ever see the eyes, don't fall into the same trap that has me. If you see the eyes, throw it away and forget it by any means possible. There once was a man with ears, you see, in the dead of the night he'll come for thee. He'll drag you into the woods to scream, and there your bones he'll gnaw. Soon shall the bunny man come to take you away from your dad and mum. Soon shall the bunny man come, and your soul shall belong to him. Stop it, Catherine! I'd scream, but Catherine just cackled and sang it all the louder. I can still remember my sister's face because of that ghoulish smile she wore while she tormented me. We grew up in New Zealand, so the shanty was something old that we changed for our own purposes. Many of the kids sang it, but my sister was the first to adopt it into something different from the original. A few kids had added some creative lyrics to the original song, usually something about farty men or something, but Catherine had turned it into a song about the bunny man. She was forbidden from singing it at school. By our parents and teachers, and she took it as an excuse to sing it for me at every opportunity. It was usually sung low, under her breath, so my parents couldn't hear it, so she could deny it when I began crying about it. It was in poor taste anyway. The bunny man may have been an urban legend, but the man going around kidnapping children was very real. That summer, 13 children had gone missing in the city we lived in. All of them were from poor families like ours, who lived in tenement buildings, much like ours. They always disappeared in the middle of the night after being lured out of their houses, and there was always some sign left behind that tied them together. Whether it was spray painted on their door, the fence behind their house, or the sides of the building they lived in, the calling card was always left in plain white spray paint for the police to find. A white rabbit head in a white circle, the sign of the bunny man. My sister had started humming the little shanty after the 7th kid had gone missing. I had heard her in her room, working through the lyrics as we did homework. She would hum them to herself in a distracted way that people often do while they're trying to figure something out. As she scratched away at the math problem, she would argue with herself and make corrections to the grisly little shanty she was constructing. I would shudder to myself as I heard what she was writing, and I think I might have become her horrified little barometer. The more I shuddered, the more lyrics I heard that stayed in place. By the time school started again in August, her shanty had taken form, and she began her reign of terror. Catherine and I were 2 years apart. I had started 6th grade, and she had started 8th, and she seemed to delight in terrorizing the other girls in my class with her Bunny Man song. She would walk behind groups of students, humming the tune at first as they walked from class or to lunch. Then she would begin singing the words to herself, low at first, building volume, until a few of them started to hear what she was singing and become noticeably upset. Then she would run up behind the group, caterwauling the last verse as she sent them screaming and running in all directions. That's how she had earned herself a suspension from school and a grounding from our parents. That's why she was home that night, the night of December 15th, the night the bunny man did indeed come. We were both grounded that night, actually. My sister was grounded after being suspended from school for her bunny man shenanigans, but she didn't much care. She was happy to put off schoolwork and watch TV all day and suffer the wrath of our parents. I, however, was grounded for encouraging these antics by saying I had seen the bunny man. It wasn't a joke, though. I wasn't trying to encourage Catherine in her bad behavior. I had woken up for the 6th night in a row, hearing someone humming that shanty and going to the window to see who it was. I couldn't actually be hearing anyone, I realize now. Our loft was on the 5th floor, looking out on a vacant lot and the road behind the building. There was no way I should be able to hear anything. I could, though. I can clearly remember hearing that shanty, hummed in a gravelly baritone that sounded as though it were right outside the window. The first few times I heard it, I went to the window and looked out on the lot. In the moonlight, he was standing there, in the road, a man in a dingy gray rabbit costume, his eyes glowing yellow and his ears cocked almost jauntily. My parents would hear me screaming and come running into the room to see what was going on. They would find me on the floor, screaming and pointing out the window, always gibbering about the bunny man. After the 3rd night, I didn't even go to the window. I would lie in bed and sob as the shanty bore its way into my brain. I would sob and call for them, screaming about the damn bunny man,
until finally my father couldn't take it anymore. That's why both of us were grounded on the night in question, the night our parents went out. It was supposed to be a family night. We were supposed to go out and have a real family meal, see a movie, maybe get some ice cream. Instead, my father had been using it as a punishment for my sister after she'd gotten in trouble. We three would go out and have fun while she stayed home and did not. My mother, however, thought this was a little harsh, and she had been pleading with him to reconsider. This had made him a little short, and after being woken up by my screaming all week, he had reached his limit. He grounded me as well, thinking I was trying to egg my sister on with all this bunny man nonsense, and announced that he and my mother were going on a date instead. "We will be back at 10. You two are to be in bed by 8:30. If I come in and you're still awake, you will be severely punished." Then they left, and for a few hours we'd gotten along pretty well. Catherine made dinner, heating up some canned pasta in the microwave, and then we'd watch some TV as the sun set and the evening wore on. It wasn't until 8, when I got off the couch and started for bed, that she started in on her old ways. She asked what I was doing, and when I told her I was going to get ready for bed, she asked me why. "You heard, Dad. If we're still up when he gets here, we're going to get in trouble." "Pfft, probably just scared the bunny man will hear you awake and come get you." "I am not," I lied. "R2, you're in such a hurry to go to sleep, so the bunny man will come and take you away." She leaned towards me, grinning that awful grin. "Oh, there once was a man with ears, you see." I put my hands over my ears and started running away as she sang all the louder and chased me. "In the dead of the night, he'll come for thee." "Catherine, stop it," I sobbed. We were running up the hall, and as I wheeled into my room, I tried to slam the door and lock her out. She battered the door aside and bore down on me, grinning and singing as I cowered beneath the window. I was covering my head with my arms, sobbing uncontrollably as I tried to block her out. She stalked towards me, bellowing the song now and scritching her hands like claws as she walked towards me. "Soon shall the bunny man come to bring..." But she stopped suddenly, and as the silence stretched on, I opened my eyes and looked up to find her looking out the window as she loomed over me. She was staring out the window, transfixed by whatever she saw there, and this new game was almost scarier than the shanty. Her face held a look I was unused to seeing. She was startled, unsure of what she was looking at, but it also appeared that there was terror there. Something outside the window was really spooking her, and I scrambled up to peek under her arm so I could see too. It seemed I was peeking into one of my nightmares. Standing in the road, right under a streetlight, was a man in a tattered gray bunny costume. It wasn't like a Halloween costume, some of which looked like pajamas more than costume, but it was a full suit of coarse-looking gray fur. The fur was matted and dark in places, kinky and tangled like a stuffed animal that needs to be brushed. The head was obscured by a black hood, some kind of costume hood that just slid over the head, and the face was a flat black nothing as it stared at our building. No, not at our building, as it stared at us. On top of the hood, someone had stapled a pair of thin, emaciated gray rabbit ears, one of which bent at an almost jaunty angle. He stood on the street and stared up at us, my sister and I frozen in terror at the sight of the legendary Bunny Man. All at once, I heard a gruff, tuneless humming from the street that sounded startlingly like Catherine's shanty. He had no words to go along with it. He only hummed and stared, and I think we both felt an almost magnetic desire to stare back at him. It was like the scene in a scary movie where the monster's out in the open, and you pray that none of the characters are stupid enough to go confront him. In your heart, though, you know that one of them is. Catherine, it appeared, was that one. I caught her by the arm as she turned from the window. She looked back at me, her face full of confused anger and unsure deliberation. She was clearly at odds with herself, and my sister was not someone who was used to being unsure of her actions. She was a brat, and she was a terror, but I had always kind of believed that everything she did was a calculated course of risk and reward. This was something else, though. This was her acting against her will. After all, She had sung about the bunny man coming for others, and now it appeared he had come for her instead. She jerked her hand away and left the room. When I heard the front door open and close, I moved back to the window, waiting for her to appear. The bunny man went right on humming, right on watching, as though he was trying to call me as well. I felt the pull. Really, I did, but my fear kept me rooted to the spot. I clutched the windowsill tightly, the paint chipping a little as my fingers gripped it, and I would find splinters under my nails the next day, though I didn't notice them at the time. Then she appeared in the backyard, walking like a sleepwalker, and going to him as she vaulted the chain-link fence between the yards and the road. He reached for her, and now I could hear both of them humming that hateful song and staring up at me. It filled my head like a hive of bees, and I knelt my head against the glass as I prayed that it would stop. There would be no way I could resist if they both sang, and I could feel the pull as they tried to drag me out the door as well. After about 60 seconds of them humming and staring, she took his hand, and the two of them disappeared up the road. My parents came home 3 hours later to find me curled up on the floor of my bedroom, sobbing and gibbering as I rocked and mumbled about the bunny man. They searched the house, thinking that my sister had gone too far. She had finally scared me too much, and now she was going to have to answer for it. As my mother sat with me, trying to console me, my father tore up the house looking for Catherine. He clearly expected her to be hiding somewhere inside, probably running when she heard the front door open. When he couldn't find her inside, he went looking for her at her friends' houses. Their parents told him, often grumpily, that they hadn't seen Catherine, but they would call if they did. He got worried, going to look up and down the street for her, expecting her to be hidden somewhere in fear of retribution. All the while, Mom tried to calm me down and get a straight answer out of me. After about an hour, I started talking about the bunny man and how he had come to get us, how Catherine had left with him. She started to get angry, telling me that she was tired of hearing about the damn bunny man. However, when I refused to deviate from my story, she started to take me a little more seriously. The police were called, the neighborhood was searched, people were questioned, and the woods were combed for the next week and a half. No sign was ever found of my sister, or the bunny man. No sign was ever found of any of the children abducted by the bunny man that year. That was 15 years ago now. The bunny man took only one more child that year, a 7-year-old, on Christmas Eve, and then was never seen again. They never found the remains of any of the children he kidnapped, and no one was ever arrested in connection with the kidnappings. There was never any bunny suit found or a murder weapon discovered in the woods. Whoever was doing this had just stopped. I'm 27 now. My own daughter is 8. Her dad's not really in the picture, which leaves a lot of time for just us. I was getting ready for bed one night, Emily playing in her room before bedtime, when I heard something that made me stop dead in my tracks. The tune, a familiar tune that everyone in town knows, crept up the hallway. The tune wasn't what stopped me, though. It was the lyrics that made me shiver. The words she sang transported me back in time, and suddenly I was 12 years old again, watching my older sister creep towards me as she sang the same hateful words. However, the voice that sang them was childish, lilting the words with no more care than she would have had for any other nursery rhyme. There once was a man with ears, you see, in the dead of the night he'll come for thee. He'll drag you into the woods so green, and there your bones he'll gnaw. Soon shall the bunny man come to take you away from your dad and mum. Soon shall the bunny man come, and your soul shall belong to him. I peeked around the corner of the doorframe and saw her on the floor playing with blocks, oblivious to what she was singing. Emily, where did you hear that song? She got up and walked to her bed, giggling as she crawled under the covers. From the funny lady. What funny lady? I asked, bending to tuck her in, but finding my hands incapable. She comes and sings at night sometimes, after you go to sleep. I'll wake you up so you can hear her next time. When I go to the window, she's standing on the street. She has ears on top of her hood, Mommy. Isn't that silly? I told her it was very silly, but I didn't feel like laughing in the least bit. Emily's in my bed now, sleeping soundly as I pin this warning to anyone whose children have heard this song too. I'm afraid it's not an urban legend. It's not a hoax. The Bunny Man is real, and it seems that he's not alone anymore. He's coming for our children again, and I, for one, don't mean to lose my daughter to this creep or his children. As I lay here writing, I can almost hear it on the breeze, as if someone's singing it outside my window. Emily is stirring in her sleep. It appears it may not just have been in my head. I fear it may already be too late.
It was only a matter of time before I had my own experience, I guess. You only get to chronicle things like this for so long before they decide to come and say hi. Yesterday they rolled out the welcome wagon in spectacular fashion. It all started with the laziness of the shift before me. I came in around 6 p.m. to start my shift and noticed a large white envelope at the reception desk. I asked Tyler, the guy who works the day shift, how long that had been sitting there. He shrugged and said they had brought it in around noon. When I asked why he hadn't bothered to get it delivered, he said he had been busy. Given the indent in the chair, I doubted he had left the desk all day. He said his goodbyes and headed out, and I sat down to start my own work for the night. I promptly forgot about the envelope until around midnight, when I got a call that started all of this. The second I heard the oh-so-docile tones of head nurse Finley from 5 East, I knew this wouldn't be a fun conversation. Do you have a legal envelope at your desk? Yeah, day shift left it here and never delivered it. And when were you planning to deliver it? I could almost hear her biting the inside of her cheek as she talked to me. My apologies, ma'am. I'm still waiting to receive a break. When someone comes to relieve me for a few minutes, I'll bring it right up there to you. Those papers are critical, and I needed them at the start of my shift, not 6 hours later. Have someone bring them up to me immediately, or I'll be drafting a complaint to your supervisor. That got my attention. My supervisor, Helen, pretty well left the night shift alone. Day shift, however, was almost constantly subjected to her micromanaging. If I gave her a reason to, I'm sure she'd be happy to add me to her list of things to do. So I turned on my best customer service voice and assured the charge nurse that I would have her envelope there within the hour. She hung up on me, and I looked up to see Carl wandering by about that time. Hey, Carl, you got a minute to take this up to 5 East? Sorry, man, Carl said. I'm on a tight schedule tonight. I need to get up to 3 North before 3 o'clock and handle some kind of lock malfunction for them. Okay, well, could you stand here for 5 minutes while I do it? I'll be right up and down. Won't take me more than a couple of minutes. That got Carl's attention. You could tell the poor guy had been running his legs off all night. Hospital security never seemed to stop after 8 o'clock, and the thought of taking it easy for 5 to 10 minutes appealed to him. He nodded, telling me to go ahead as he took a load off, and I grabbed the envelope and headed for the elevators. The elevators in the lobby are brand new. They don't hitch, they don't shake, and they can generally be counted on to take you from the ground floor to the 5th floor without smelling like burning rubber bands or threatening to drop you to your death. They were installed about 5 years ago with some budget money from the state, and they're a vast improvement on the ones that we had before. Or so I've been told. They're well maintained, too. All the lights work, the handrails are clean, and when you push the buttons, they light up, letting you know exactly where they're taking you. I walked past these and turned down a nearby corridor to find the staff elevators. If you've never worked in a hospital, you might not be aware of this. The administration doesn't like it when staff use the guest elevators. It leads guests to ask them questions. Questions that some of them are more than happy to answer, whether they should or not. It also leads staff to push patients in gurneys onto elevators, which sometimes frightens the guests. This is, of course, gone over very carefully in our yearly training, so we all know not to use the nice new guest elevators. The staff elevators are not as nice. The lights flicker, they smell like they're constantly about to break, and they're notorious for getting stuck between floors. According to maintenance, they hadn't sized the elevator shafts right when they built the 4th and 5th floor. This leads to some problems sometimes, and Mark says that not a week goes by when he doesn't get at least one call to the switchboard about someone being stuck in the elevators. In fact, he had a hilarious story about a doctor who cried on the emergency phone for close to 3 hours while he was stuck inside one of those elevators. He said the poor guy was talking about things with claws, disembodied laughing, and weird noises coming from inside and outside the elevator. Mark always laughed it off as weird, frightening paranoia, and until today, I'd laughed right along with him. The trip up in the staff elevators was uneventful. The wheels chugged, the lights flickered a little when they passed 3 and 4, but when they dinged drunkenly to let me out on the 5th floor, only a minute and a half had passed. I walked around the corner to 5 North, and it seemed that luck was with me. The charge nurse was just stepping into the back to get a cup of coffee, and I handed the envelope to one of her subordinates as I asked if she would mind passing it off to her. She smiled and said that she would, advising that I get moving before the old battle axe returned and found me here. I climbed happily back into the staff elevator, thinking I had dodged a bullet. When I hit the big red button on the elevator, I thought nothing more exciting than a ride down was about to happen. I had no idea what was in store for me. When the elevator ground to a halt between floor 3 and 4, I loosed a growling cry of rage. In frustration, I smashed at the buttons, but the box did little but click and grind as it stuck tight in the shaft. I was going to have to call Mark so David could come get me unstuck. I picked up the emergency phone inside the little box at the bottom of the button pad and expected to hear it click as it rang in the control room. Instead, it just hung there, silently. I hung it back up and picked it back up again, expecting a delay in the line, but there was still silence. I figured I'd disconnected the line when the elevator got stuck, and when I hung the phone back up, I thought guiltily about how Carl would be a little late for his checks. Without the ability to let anyone know, I could be stuck here for quite some time. I paced around the elevator like a mouse stuck in a shoebox. I hated confined places. I wasn't claustrophobic, but I hated the feeling of being stuck. The little box felt like a coffin the longer I sat in it, and looking at my watch didn't help matters. At some point, it had stopped, and I hadn't noticed. It informed me that only about 4 minutes had passed since I left the desk. But that couldn't be right. I'd been stuck in this elevator longer than that. I tried the phone again, but it was still dead, and I hung it up a little harder than I strictly needed to. As I sat in the corner of the elevator, feeling the cold metal against my back, it sounded like something was tapping against the outside. Well, of course, I could hear tapping, I told myself. The elevator was sitting in a chute, probably trying to get itself to work again. If nothing else, it was ticking as it got comfortable in the slightly too small chute. It sounded different than that, though. This sounded different than the ticking of an elevator getting comfortable, and more like the tapping of fingers on glass. I tried to put it out of my mind, telling myself I was being silly, but as I leaned my head back against the metal box, the tapping became harder and harder to ignore. It was almost rhythmic. 2 beats, 3 beats, 2 beats again, on the outside of the metal box. It reminded me of someone just absent-mindedly tapping on their desk, maybe working out a beat in their head as they put words to it. It had no real rhythm, and the longer I listened to it, the less sure I was that it was normal elevator noise. Was somebody out there? They couldn't be, could they? That was why the elevator got stuck, after all. The space was too small. I'd been thinking too loudly about it, and missed the point where the tapping had stopped. I sat in a pregnant silence for a count of 30, cocking my head as I listened and waited for the tapping to begin again. When the elevator suddenly shook like it had been kicked by a horse, I felt like I might need a new pair of pants when all this was over. I tried to get a hold of myself. It was just maintenance, working on the elevator after all. Someone had noticed that the elevator wasn't working, and they were trying to get it running again. I was sure that David was in the motor room, trying to figure out how much pressure to put on the winch to get the cart to move without ripping it to shreds. He told me one night that it was basically all he could do, just exert a little more force on the winch, and hoped that he didn't pulp some poor staffer. OSHA would likely have a field day with it, but I'm just doing what maintenance told me to do, he had said. When it lurched again, I breathed a sigh of relief when it started to go down. I grabbed the rails, however, as the feeling of gravity left the car. I was suddenly plummeting down like a comet. The buttons flashed, dinging a hellish chorus as I shook and clung to the wall. As I fell, I watched the numbers tick down until they were finally just spinning in place, indecipherable jargon that meant nothing. When the screeching returned, I no longer had any illusions that it was just the box, grinding against the walls. The doors began to rock, and the lights overhead flashed like a funhouse ride. Something began to peel the doors open, its long black claws making the steel slab groan in agony. As it slid open, I could see something huge push its head into the space. It had a face like a dragon, its eyes burning as it stared at me through the gap. Behind it, I could see that I was falling through a red and black hellscape. The skies cried fire as the ground came up to swallow me, but I didn't think smashing into the earth was the worst outcome in this case. As it opened its mouth, I saw fire kindle in its throat. The bloom of red began to grow, and I could feel the heat as it built in that small place. I covered my face with my arms, praying for any protection from my frail body that it could grant. Then the cheery ding filled the car, and I was looking at the dim illumination from the staff hallway by night. A woman was stepping in, a cup of coffee in one hand and a phone in the other, and she stopped as she saw me. She looked confused, asking if I was okay, but as the doors began to close, I shot through them like a lunatic and went running from the elevator like the devil himself was chasing me. Carl smiled and commented that I'd only been gone about 5 minutes and must have made pretty good time. His face fell when he got a good look at me, and he turned white as I told him what had happened. Maybe David really did see something in the stairwell, he whispered, and all I could do was nod somberly. I sat there for the rest of my shift, but I didn't get any work done. I haven't slept well in 3 days. My nightmares plagued by the images I saw in that elevator. I've stumbled onto the hospital's radar, and as little as I want to find out what it has in store for me, I'll be back tomorrow night for more. The money's nice, but what I really crave is the tales that come from the lips of the recently terrified. There may be a book somewhere in these stories. My suffering and the suffering of others should be worth something, after all.
If walls could talk, Joshua mumbled under his breath as he walked through the ancient old arches of the hotel. Approaching the wide check-in desk was like stepping back in time, but the image was ruined by the girl with her phone out and her AirPods stuffed in her ears. She was smacking her gum and perusing Face Space or Tic Tacs or whatever people her age did. Joshua hadn't really had time for any of that in a while. He hadn't seemed to have much time for anything these days. The girl at the desk looked young enough to be his daughter, and her smile was that perfect mix of customer service charm and barely masked indifference. "Good afternoon, sir. How can I help you?" Joshua looked up at her, and she must have seen something that spooked her in his hollow eyes, because he saw some of that indifference slip into something resembling concern. Not concern for him. That would have been a little too genuine an emotion to show a stranger. She was concerned that he might be a weirdo. She had clearly been warned about spotting weirdos. The hotel likely got its share of rent and ditchers or guys who wound up naked in the hot tub at 3 a.m., and she was on the lookout for trouble before it reared its head. The hotel manager likely had them keeping an eye out for these sort of weirdos who wanted to become permanent residents. If she saw that on his face, he knew he'd be screwed. Joshua tried to fix his face, but it was a struggle. "Checking in," he said, handing her his credit card and reservation paperwork.
She looked at the paperwork as if the concept were foreign to her, before turning to the computer and clicking away at the register. He figured it was likely something that she didn't deal with regularly. The Leaser Moor was not some posh establishment, not some trendy spot that housed celebrities or jet-setters. It was an old hotel that attracted tourists and people who liked to bask in historic places. That's why Susan had come here, after all. She'd been here to photograph the hotel for a travel magazine, her 4th assignment as a freelancer, and her last. She pulled him up, and Joshua saw her bite her lip when the room number popped up. Ooh, that's gotta be a mistake. Sorry, sir, but that room isn't one we usually rent out. I'm aware. That's why I requested it. She looked shocked, like she didn't know what to say. I hate to tell you this, but someone went missing in there pretty recently. She had pitched her voice low like it was a rat problem, or some mold that could have been steam cleaned out. Joshua wanted to be angry. He wanted to tell her that he knew someone had gone missing in there, and that 6 months and 5 days wasn't recent to him. 6 months and 5 days was when his world had crumbled, and it was a day he would never forget. He wanted to tell her that his wife had not been some rat infestation, or a mold colony that could be cleaned, poisoned, or time erased. He wanted to tell her all these things in a flurry of anger and hatred, but he knew she wouldn't understand. I've been informed. I like to stay in rooms like that and try to gauge paranormal happenings. It's a hobby of mine. Since I was in the city anyway, I figured I would take that room. The young woman sighed as she finished checking him in. That's good. She just thought he was a weirdo. Weirdo was fine. A weirdo might set up some cameras, pull out a ghost box or an Ouija board, light some candles, and pretend to be a ghostbuster or a medium for a few days before leaving. One look at the suitcase probably told her that he had brought all his toys with him so he could play pretend, but she had no idea what games he intended to play. There was only one tool in that bag, and it wasn't for playing. And you're all set, she said, handing him his key card. Please enjoy your stay at the Leaser Moor. Her smile was back, that fabricated grin that hid her disinterest. She just wanted him to leave so she could get back to Snapchatting or Twittering or whatever she was doing. She'd have something to tell her friends about tomorrow when she came in for her morning shift and heard about the mess he'd left in his room. Joshua pushed the button for the elevator and rode it up to the 7th floor. The hallway was done in that early 80s cinema style that made you think the floor was furry or sticky. The carpet pattern shifted in slightly nauseating diamonds as he walked down the hall towards his room. The thought that this would be the last thing he ever saw was a little disappointing, but that was reality. With any luck, his daughter wouldn't get his letter until Monday, not unless the post office near the college was feeling excessively ambitious. It would be too late for him to stop him either way. Joshua had laid out everything he needed to, explaining that he couldn't live without her mother, and that if her spirit resided somewhere in this room, he wanted to be with her. She could have his money, his savings, the car, the house, and anything else he owned, so she could finish school and make something of herself. All he wanted was Susan. He came to the door of room 712 much too soon, and as he slid the key into the lock, he glanced at the room where his wife had spent her last few hours of life. As the door came open, he was a little disappointed to find that it was just another bland hotel room. 2 beds, a dresser, an old TV that looked ready for the dump, a flimsy-looking chair, a nightstand that doubtlessly held a Bible, and the wall, whose color scheme sat somewhere between warm brown sugar and runny crap. Had this really been Susan's final destination? Had these uninteresting walls been the last thing she'd seen before leaving this room for the last time? Joshua set his suitcase down and took a seat on the bed, suddenly hoping not. Let her have seen the sights, taken a meal, and taken her final breath anywhere but here. The sun set outside the window as he sat on the bed, casting shadows across the room. As the darkness came to fill the empty space, Joshua became aware of strange patterns on the wall. The smears seemed to move as the shadows became gantries, and some looked eerily like faces. Suddenly the room was far too crowded, the multitudes watching him from the walls of the room, their judgment palpable. Joshua could hear the nightlife waking up, the people rumbling from the street below as the cabs and the music created a strange cacophony. He opened the suitcase and pulled out the gun, deciding that this would be a fine time to do it. Every minute he put it off was another chance for something to go wrong. It also gave his courage a chance to slip. If Kara got the letter and he couldn't follow through, he'd be spending the foreseeable future in a mental facility. Having to sit in the sterile room on a paper gown, orderlies medicating him to the point of catatonia, would be worse than death. As he set the cold barrel against his head, he whispered a final apology to Susan as his finger hovered over the trigger. "Stop!" It took every ounce of trigger control not to blow the top of his head off by accident. Joshua turned, his eyes growing wide as he recognized the face that had yelled at him. He wasn't sure what he had expected, a ghost or a manifestation, or maybe just a final mental break that would prove less supernatural and more existential. But he never expected to see one of the slightly expressive wall faces staring at him with panic. It reminded him of a mannequin's face, featureless and barely expressive, but as he watched it, it spoke again, and he heard the voice of his dead wife coming from the bland wallpaper. "Please, I can't watch you kill yourself." Joshua crawled across the bed, his shocked face locked onto the unremarkable one looking at him from the wall. Susan? The eyeless face stared at him as he got closer, and despite being devoid of anything remotely close to features, he began to see his dead wife's face beneath it. The scar on her cheek that she'd gotten in high school, the small nose he'd loved to kiss the tip of, the eyes that were slightly too close together, her lips that looked just as full and sensuous as they had before she'd left. The closer he looked, the more he saw. The more he saw, the closer he came. Is it you?" "It is," she said, the corner of her mouth pulling up as she studied him. "It's good to see you." "But how?" he said, stuttering as he leaned off the bed, closer and closer to that wall of perpetual faces. I don't know," she whispered, her lips forming the words delicately. "I woke up to see a face on the wall looking back at me, and as we stared at each other, it began to speak." He leaned in closer, slipping off the bed as his knees brought him closer to the spot on the wall where Susan's face lay. "He asked what I was doing in his room, and after I explained that I had rented it from the hotel, he told me how he was staying here on a business trip, when he had seen the faces as well. They all live here, Josh. Once I became part of them, I got to know them and heard their stories. They were all once people who stayed in this very room, people on vacation, people on business, people with families, people estranged, all seeking purpose in something and finding it here." Joshua crawled on his knees like a penitent before an idol, but his mind demanded caution. The other faces were looking at him, pushing against the wall like someone behind a thick plastic sheet as they tried to break free. Joshua could see their multitudes in the dim light from the window as they pressed and receded like a tide. "Come closer, dear. It's hard to talk through this veil." He obliged, now halfway between the bed and the wall. He wanted to turn on the lights and take a better look at her face, but he was afraid that the light might ruin it. Hadn't he failed to see it until dark? He'd been sitting in this room for hours, waiting for the right time to join her. Now, here she was, coming to him in his time of need. "Wait for me, please. I'll join you. I don't want to live without you, Susan. My life is meaningless without you. Can you take me where you are? Is there some way?" "I want to apologize," she whispered, and Joshua came a little closer as her words were lost in the blare of a car horn. You have nothing to apologize for. You didn't ask to leave me. I came here to join you, to see if your spirit lingered here and I could find you once I passed on. Kara's grown. She doesn't need me. But I need you." He was closer now, and if he had reached out, he could have almost touched that porcelain face. The live wire in his head, however, that ancient alarm that warns of danger, just wouldn't stop going off, and his hands trembled as he tried to make them reach. "Not for that. I want to apologize for what I did while I was here." He felt his breath stick in his throat, his next words held in check as he waited for her to go on. In spite of himself, he crawled a little closer. "When the faces woke me up, I wasn't in bed alone. I had gone to see the nightlife, to see the city, and as I sat in one of the trendy bars, I met someone. He was charming, a real ladies' man, and one thing led to another, and I let him convince me to take him back to my hotel room. I could blame it on the wine, but I know that wasn't all of it. I was bored, dear. I felt trapped by our life, smothered by what we had built, and that's why I agreed to the job in the first place. I wanted something new, something different, and though I didn't set out to find someone else, I ended up being untrue to you." Joshua felt the ice slithering into his heart, his lungs seething as his body shook with effort. He was drowning. He was suffocating, his body refusing to draw breath. How could she do this to him? This couldn't be true. Something was messing with him. This couldn't be his wife. She would never do that. She couldn't. Even though he was left breathless by her secret, his knees still carried him forward. Please say something. Can you forgive me? It was a lapse in judgment. I'm sorry." "I don't care," he rasped. "I don't care what you've done. I forgive you. I want to be with you again." His hands slid around the edges of the mask, caressing her face as he leaned in close. "Please don't leave me. I can't live without you." He leaned his head against her mask and felt her perfect lips turn up in a smile. "Then let us never be parted again, my love." He felt her lips twist into a smile, too large for a human mouth to contain. The corners tore, her cheeks splitting as her mouth opened wide like a snake. He didn't struggle as her mouth enveloped him, the face elongating as she pulled him in. He opened his eyes to see that her face had grown to take in the whole wall. Her features had warped into something akin to the face of one of the demonic statues you saw in churches sometimes, and it warped and tilted oddly on that flat plane. "You aren't really my wife, are you?" "No, but I can take you to her. You'll find many of her friends inside the walls." "I hate going into this room," Maria said, her cart making a strangely chuffy noise on the carpet as she and Loa came inside. "Why? It's no different from any other room. It just always seems like something is watching me here." As she fixed the bed, Maria couldn't help but glance over her shoulder at the wall. Loa was wrong. This room was unlike anything in the hotel. The paint here always looked like faces, and the faces were always staring right at her when she came in to clean. As she looked at the wall, the paint looked thick in places, like a splash of blood left to dry. The faces leered at her from every corner, and she squinted a little as she noticed a new one. She cleaned this room once a day. The 7th floor was her assigned floor, after all, and she could have sworn that no face had been in that spot before. As she watched, it almost seemed to turn to her, the featureless face somehow regarding her. "Hello?" it rasped, its voice thick and coarse, but also inviting as it fell over her like a... "Did you say something, Maria?" Loa asked, and the little maid shook herself as she turned away from the wall. When she glanced back, the face was still there, but had become flat and featureless again. "Let's get out of here," she said suddenly, taking her cart and pushing it towards the door. "But we haven't cleaned the room yet," Loa countered, looking aghast as Maria beat a hasty retreat. Maria took the Do Not Disturb sign from behind the door and hung it on the knob. "We can clean tomorrow. No one will bother this room if that sign's on the door." She was glad to see Loa coming behind her, but she glanced back at the face as it regarded her from the doorway. She prayed she would have the strength to turn away tomorrow, but she knew that someday her own face might look down from that same wall. Maybe it wouldn't seem like such a bad idea on that day.